No, it's gonna be a long one,
I
honey.
know. I'm going to switch that.
Oh, okay, sure.
Brooke, make sure you just leave at least one. Um, if we are today. Good evening, Ms.
Good
Posada.
evening, how are you?
I have yours.
Testing, Miss Miller Anderson, you hear me?
Oh, is she not coming?
Oh, is she not coming? I hope we have a quorum.
Testing, Miss Miller Anderson.
All right, well then I guess, you know what, since you're here.
Why do I not see the proclamation on here?
That was an ad agenda,
Oh,
on the ad deletion.
The World Ocean Day thing?
Yes, that's on the ad deletion. When you're done with those, if you could pass those to the right. Thank you. Yes.
Hello, can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Ms. Miller Anderson.
Hey, Doc.
Hey, how you doing? Don't hit me with that now. Be good.
You still stealing? You haven't given that up yet?
Huh?
You haven't given up stealing?
I've given up stealing.
Yeah. I'm ready to be back out there.
Good afternoon. We would like to call the regular city council meeting to order June 2nd, 2021. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Ronnie Felder,
Here.
Chairperson Shirley Lanier,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Kashamba Miller Anderson, Councilperson Trodrick McCoy,
Here.
Councilperson Douglas Lawson,
Here.
Councilperson Julia Botel,
Here.
City Manager Jonathan Evans,
Present.
City Clerk Claudine Anthony is present, City Attorney Don Nguyen.
Here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will have the roll call and a brief moment of silence by Councilwoman Julia Botel.
This is off.
Our next item on the agenda is the agenda approval. Are there any additions, deletions, or substitutions for this agenda this evening? Staff, board,
Yes, Madam Chair. I would ask that the city clerk read the additions proffered by staff into the record.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we have an addition of item 8A, what is this, Mr. Evans?
Item 8A is a legislative update from Senator Bobby Powell. And that would actually be 9A, I believe, or yes, 8A.
Okay, then the proclamation is going to be 9A?
Let's actually do both legislative updates together. So we have Representative Hardy as well as Senator Powell. They can,
we'll have a 9 for Maura Hardy and 9A for Senator Powell.
State that again, Madam Chair.
9, legislative update of Maura Hardy. 9A, legislative update, Senator Bobby Powell.
Senator Bobby Powell. Okay,
Yes. Okay, do we have this ad sheet here?
Ruth. They got one?
All right, very good. It is in writing. So 8A is for Senator Bobby Powell. 9A is,
Okay, Madam Chair.
yeah, yeah.
Item 8A is going to be the legislative update from Senator Bobby Powell.
Okay.
Item number 9 is the legislative update from Omari Harding. Item number 9A is going to be the proclamation declaring June 8th, 2021 as World Oceans Day from the Office of the Mayor, presented by Councilperson Julia Botel. And then we have 9B, it's a presentation on the water quality by Mayor Felder. In addition, staff is requesting that item number 15, resolution number 4721, be moved to after item number 10, ordinance number 4166.
Say it again?
Item number 15, which is resolution number 4721. Staff is requesting that that item be moved to after number 10, ordinance number 4166. Madam Chair and members of the board, be advised also that you all were provided with communication from Ms. Anna Verne regarding some comments that she want read into the record. I have provided that to you all. It will be made a part of the minutes once the minutes are transcribed. And the Office of the City Clerk also has an announcement under petitions and communications.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
also, city staff would like for your second meeting in June is slated to be June 19th. If we can move, oops, I'm looking at, sorry. Your second meeting is slated to be June 16th, I'm sorry. And we're asking if that meeting can be moved to June 23rd. The intent behind that is we have some items that are going before planning and zoning, and we want to bring those items to the board to allow for us to have the board provide some perspective on the site plan for the temporary fire station for Station 87, so that allows for us to move a little bit quicker with regards to the relocation of our fire personnel from the main station. So that's the intent behind the move that staff is recommending. So we'd like some official action from the board concerning that.
Madam Chair,
Yes, yes, go ahead, Dr. Botel.
do we not have a budget workshop scheduled for the 23rd? Is that going to eliminate the budget workshop?
I believe that we'll be able to handle that particular item or those particular items. We'll make sure we're keeping the agenda light
Okay.
as it relates to staff items, but we will be discussing our budget on that day.
So there'll be no meeting on the 16th then?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would actually have a conflict with that date, as I was intending only to be at the budget item workshop for a brief period of time, because I have a prior engagement for that night.
For the 23rd?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
so I did understand you to say that there's not going to be a meeting on the 16th of June for the council. What about for Utility Special District? Should we expect that there's going to be a meeting for USD on that day?
If there is no need to have a meeting, we won't have the meeting, but if there are some pressing items, I'd have to get with the executive director to determine if there's any items that have to come before the board. But the intent would be to dispatch of those items on the 23rd.
Very good. Are there any objections? I know that we have noted that Councilperson Lawson cannot attend the workshop for the 23rd. Are there any objections to the 23rd for the budget workshop and for the regular city council meeting?
No, do you need a motion?
Yeah, give me a motion for
Make
that.
a motion that we eliminate the council meeting on the 16th and hold a meeting on the 23rd instead.
Second. Very good. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
No.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson? Yes. Chair Lanier?
Yes,
That motion is approved with Councilperson Lawson dissenting.
thank you. Are there any other items to be added or deleted from this or substituted on this agenda?
So, Madam Chair, so
Yes.
let me, can I just provide some context? So my vote and affirmation of that is provided we don't have a mysterious meeting to show up on the 16th, because I just won't be.
You are correct, sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure that,
You are correct.
because we get these notices for emergency meetings all the time, and then get 24 hours notice on what the agenda item is going to be, so.
You are
wanna make sure
correct.
I'm
No
clear.
meeting for the 16th. Any other substitutions or deletions or additions for this agenda? Very good. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson? Yes. Chair Lanier?
Yes. Very good. Are there any disclosures for this agenda that's before us this evening? Board, staff? Hearing none, the next item is the consent agenda. All matters listed under this item are considered to be routine, and action will be taken by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a councilperson so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence on the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Councilperson Botel.
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson. Chair Lanier.
Yes,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you. That is the end of the consent agenda. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we are down to petitions and communications. And I just want to announce that the Office of the City Clerk wants to congratulate Ms. Tawana Smith on receiving her certified municipal clerk designation. And we also want to congratulate Ms. Brooke Edachico, our staff assistant, who received her certificate of completion for the ADA Coordinator Program.
Congratulations, Ms. Tawana Smith. A round of applause for Ms. Smith. And Brooke. Thank you. Want to say a few words, Brooke? A few words? No? Okay. All right, very good. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're now down to item number 8, 2021 proclamation declaring the first Friday in June to be National Gun Violence Awareness Day from the Office of the Mayor. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have any public comments on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Whereas every day more than 100 Americans are killed by gun violence, alongside more than 230 who are shot and wounded, and on average there's more than 13,000 gun homicides every year. And whereas Americans are 25 times more likely to die by gun homicide than people in other high-income communities. And whereas in Florida has 2,752 gun deaths every year with a rate of 12.5 deaths per 100 people. Florida has the highest rate of gun deaths in the U.S. And whereas gun violence and homicides and assaults are concentrated in cities with more than half of all firearm-related gun deaths in the nation occurring in 127 cities. And whereas cities across the nation, including the city of Riviera Beach, are working to end senseless gun violence with evidence-based solutions. And whereas protecting public safety in the communities they serve is mayor's highest responsibility. And whereas support of the Second Amendment rights of law-abiding citizens go hand in hand with keeping guns away from people with dangerous histories. And whereas mayors and law enforcement officers know their communities best, are the most familiar with local criminal activity and how to address it, and are best positioned to understand how to keep their citizens safe. And whereas gun violence prevention is more important than ever as COVID-19 pandemic continues to exacerbate gun violence over more than a year of increased gun sales, increased calls to suicide and domestic violence hotlines, and an increase in city gun violence. Whereas in January 2013, Heidi Pendleton was tragically shot and killed at age 15, and on June 4th, 2021, in recognition of her 24th birthday, Heidi, born June 2nd, 1997, people across the United States will recognize National Gun Violence Awareness Day and wear orange in tribute of Ms. Pendleton, victims of gun violence and their loved ones. And whereas the idea was inspired by a group of Heidi's friends who asked their classmates to commemorate her life by wearing orange. They choose this color because hunters wear orange to announce themselves and to other hunters out in the woods, and orange is the color that symbolizes the value of human life. And whereas anyone can join the campaign by pledging to wear orange on June 4th, the first Friday in June 2021, to help raise awareness about gun violence. And whereas by wearing orange on June 4th, 2021, Americans will raise awareness about gun violence and honor the lives of gun violence victims and survivors. And whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownership to help keep our children safe. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Ronnie Felder, by the power invested in me by the residents of City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, do hereby declare June 4th, 2021 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day. In the City of Riviera Beach, I encourage our residents to support the local community efforts in preventing the tragic effects of gun violence and honor the and honor and value human lives. A witness whereof I hereunto set my hand and cause the official seal of the city of Revere Beach to be affixed on the second day of June, 2021 AD.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're now down to item 8A, legislative update by Senator Bobby Powell. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have any public comment cards on this item. The acceptance of public comment cards on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Senator Powell? Good evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the council. I am State Senator Bobby Powell Jr. Of course, I represent the northern parts of Palm Beach County. Of course, I am a native or originated here in the city of Riviera Beach. We have a quick presentation. I know my colleague in the State House, Representative Hardy, is here as well. If we can get that presentation. There it is. We want to start from the beginning. There we go. It's a view from Tallahassee. This is a quick legislative update. As you know, we just came back from a special session. If you can see here, I'm wearing a mask, which is evidence of what session was like this year. Most of the session, of course, except for special session, people were not able to come into the Capitol, although the governor had the rest of the state open. This is pretty much how we spent our session, wearing masks and blazers with the Senate symbol. They were given to us by the Senate president. The House is a little bit different, but this is what the Senate looks like.
So, Madam Chair, we got some volume issues. His microphone cutting in and out.
I think they fixed it. Maybe they
So now
didn't.
Got it. Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you. I did want to say hey to the members of the council, of course, recognizing the Honorable Councilman McCoy, Councilman Kashama Miller Anderson, Councilman Lawson, Councilwoman Botel, and our chairwoman, also a graduate of FAMU, Councilwoman Shirley Lanier. Thank you all for having us here this evening to discuss what happened with session. Of course, I represent the northern parts of Palm Beach County. This is a highlight. Pulled out of that is Riviera Beach. Just to let you know, we go from the city of West Palm all the way over to Royal Palm Beach to the Martin County line, representing more than 500,000 people here in the state of Florida.
Walt is also from Florida A&M University.
That's right. Walter is a Rattler as well. Rattler's in the house. Mr. Sermons as well.
Yes,
Got a
Mr.
chance.
Well.
So thank you. We're in the house. Of course, just a little quick brief overview of the legislative process. Representative Hardy is here. He
Senator, I think Ms. Jacobs also was a FAMU
right.
graduate.
That's right.
In the Florida State, too.
Rattlers are in the house. And just so you know, Assistant City Manager Attorney Liz Rod was former general counsel for FAMU while I was there, too. So, Rattlers are here today. Anyway.
I attended the set on Fridays.
Thanks, Councilman. All right, we'll stay on target here. Rep. Hardy has to deal with being one of 42 Democrats, 78 Republicans, a total of 120 representatives. I'm in the Senate, a little bit different there. You're still outnumbered, 40 senators, 16 Democrats, 24 Republicans. I currently serve as the 2021-2022 chairman of the Florida Legislative Black Caucus, as well as the Senate Democratic Leader Pro Tem. That means if anything happens to the leader, I'm the leader, and actually I was the leader in charge for about 15 minutes this year. We'll talk about that later. These are the committees I sit on. Appropriations, top committee. That's where all our funding goes through. When it comes to appropriations, I've dealt with appropriations for the 9 years that I've been there. I can tell you where the cracks and crevices are, the ins and outs. Councilman McCoy, you know you've been through that process with me. Rules, commerce and tourism. Rules is where every bill that moved through the Senate had to go. Community affairs, criminal justice, and I'm the alternating chair on the Joint Committee on Public Counsel Oversight. These are some of the major session issues. Just some of them, we had a lot of issues this year. Combating public disorder, which is actually known as the anti-protest bill. Election administration, they also called it integrity in elections. Senate Bill 90, which dealt with the way we vote here and getting rid of, we'll talk about it a little bit more, but restriction of voting here in the state of Florida. House Bill 7051, police reform, which was a priority for the Florida Legislative Black Caucus. Senate Bill 54, motor vehicle insurance, we got rid of PIP. And then a lot of things dealt with local government preemptions, including Senate Bill 60, code enforcement. 893 dealt with fuel retail, meaning that fuel retailers in the state of Florida can't mandate that you have a electric charging station. Preemption of occupational licenses, that goes to the state now. Impact fees, you will know that you cannot set your own impact fees more than once every 4 years based on criteria, different variables in terms of the amount that you're increasing. So you might want to be aware that the leading cities took this as a big issue. If you're increasing by 25%, you can do it annually, but twice. If you're doing it by more than 50%, you can do it 4 times, but it has to be in a specific periods of time, and you cannot increase your impact fees more than once every 4 years, and you have to meet the criteria that's set out in statute. This is another preemption that we saw. We dealt with this over and over again during session. Also, one of the bigger issues was reemployment assistance. As you know, during the middle of the pandemic, which many of us went through, it was very difficult for people who were unemployed to receive benefits, backed up, and there's some people who still, at this point, haven't received the first check. The anti-protest legislation, I want to talk about this because if you have not paid attention to it, this is going to affect everybody in our communities. If they go out and protest, this was something that was brought up based on the idea that this was brought up because they said it dealt with January 6th here in the state of, here in Washington, D.C., but it actually started with the governor during the midst of the protests related to George Floyd. It creates a new crime called mob intimidation, prohibits a mob from forcefully compelling or attempting to compel another person. A mob is then identified as 3 or more people. It requires a person who was arrested for a specified offense relating to a riot to be held until first appearance, maybe even 24 hours, or until a bond is set. It creates additional civil penalties for someone who is obstructing roadways. And for you all who are municipalities, if you waive it will waive your sovereign immunity if there's an opportunity where they say you breach statutory duty, and remember this is all subjective, to allow law enforcement to respond to an unlawful assembly, meaning they could take funding from the cities and you would lose your rights if the state or the state's attorney were to sue the city. Voter restrictions, Senate Bill 90. Of course, this was something that was a hot button issue when it came to the Senate floor. This bill severely restricts citizens' access to voting. Many of us in the city of Riviera Beach know that some of our seniors are not able to get out and they are voting by mail. Well, now they cannot vote by mail unless a person who is direct and immediate family is taking that ballot for them. Immediate family goes down to the grandchild or the grandparent. It does not include cousins or aunts. So just know that. And that person cannot have more than 2 ballots. I believe there's also, there still may be an instance in there where if you're carrying the ballot, you have to have proof that it was signed for that you're allowed to carry that. It reduces the number of election cycles for which you can request a ballot to 1, meaning that every 2 years, and it ends at the end of the fiscal year. The calendar year. Limits the use of drop boxes. We had drop boxes here in the city of Riviera Beach, but also if you have a drop box like at the supervisor of elections office, you cannot use that drop box unless it is during early voting hours or during hours in which you're allowed to vote, and it has to be manned in person. It also prohibits anyone from personally possessing a vote by mail ballot regardless of the reason, unless, like I said earlier, they're authorized by law. It also pushes an additional, you have a setback where you can only be up to 100 feet in terms of being able to campaign on election day. It pushes that to 150 feet, and if there's a vote by mail box, it still has to be 150 feet from that. There was nothing in this bill, we talk about integrity, nothing in the bill mentioned the sham candidates that were put in 3 races throughout the state, that were put in 3 Senate races that ultimately caused some of the Democrats to lose their race because of these sham candidates. Someone is currently dealing with that as a legal issue and facing jail time in Miami because of it. Police reform. This is something that myself and Representative Hardy, as well as all of the members of the Florida Legislative Black Caucus, worked on. This happened. We worked on it until the wee hours of the end of session. We put some measures in place. It was bipartisan. It passed with every member voting for it. However, please keep in mind that some of the teeth of this legislation are not as strong as they are for HB1. It implements minimum standards for law enforcement officers and corrections officers. Make sure they are limited with chokeholds. There's a duty to intervene if they see someone choking someone or someone doing something that's not right. And also, it's supposed to prevent some of those bad apples from being able to go from agency to agency by disclosing all of this information on their employment applications, which should be available to the public. It also allows for independent investigations of data collected on the use of force incidents. So it shouldn't be investigated by their own internal affairs agency. A bill that I was carrying, minimum age of arrest for a child, we wanted it to be at 10 years old. They settled on 7 years old. That is within this police reform bill, as well as another bill that we carried, which was mental illness training for law enforcement officers, which allows for a law enforcement officer to get mental illness training as a part of their qualifying continuing learning hours for officers. Legislation that we push, of course, unemployment compensation. A bill did pass. It wasn't a bill that I was carrying along with Representative Escamani in the House. It was a bill that was carried by Senator Broder. It had a lot of the information and a lot of the characteristics that we had in our bill in his bill. It allowed for additional funding for unemployment compensation, extended the weeks. That additional funding was up to $350, but it went over to the House and they would not see that through. Electronic legal documents, some cleanup language related to notaries. Minimum age of arrest, as you know, that was put in our other bill, Senate Bill 7051. And the waiver of fees for affordable housing construction. You would hear that in the legislature, we've talked about impact fees. And the changes to impact fees, they've said this is because of affordable housing. Well, the truth is, if we wanted to do something about affordable housing, this particular bill right here would have allowed the local governments to waive fees related to affordable housing, but that is not what happened. Mental illness officer training, we talked about that, and then background screening, which you all know as Ban the Box, which is an issue that we've been pushing for several years, which would allow people who have had an arrest to be able to get at least to the interview process. Some of the budget highlights. As you know, the city of Riviera Beach, we've worked together to have $1 million in the budget for the public safety complex. That was a very difficult task. As you know, City Manager Evans was on the phone with our Chief of Staff for the Senate, as well as the Chief of Staff for the House, Matt Ball and, can't think of her name now, Kathy Mears. And I talked to several of you all who are council members as we worked on these projects, as well as we did not get the money in there for the critical water main infrastructure, the $600,000 there, and the $1 million that we wanted for the Riviera Beach water plant. But it's something that we'll continue to work on because I understand that the governor has money for resiliency. So that's something that we'll work on together. Another thing we didn't really talk about, there's money in the budget. We got $50,000 apiece for both Goodmark Park, which is in the FERDAP money, and Monroe Heights, $50,000 apiece, so we've counted that as another $100,000 that goes directly to the city of Riviera Beach. Overall, we worked very diligently to get a lot of things in the budget. A lot of it was cut today. It was a $101.5 billion budget, and ultimately we ended up with a $100 million budget. With that, we move on to the special session, which we just finished, the implementation of the gaming compact, gaming enforcement, public records. We came up with an idea for a gaming commission. And finally, the Senate Bill 8, which was all of gaming, allows new pari-mutuals, allows pari-mutuals to move in different locations. Some of our members voted for it, some did not, but this is something that ultimately passed. I think it was a decision that was kind of made up before we got to Tallahassee. That being said, I want to thank Attorney Sean Pittman, who has continued to work with us yearly, year in and year out. Without him, none of this really happens because he knows the ins and outs. And while we're here, Attorney Pittman is still in Tallahassee. We have constant communication. I talked to him this morning, and he's been instrumental in terms of some of the legislation that we push, instrumental in terms of funding, and we keep him in the loop, and he keeps us in the loop as things continue to move. Sean wanted to be here today, but he couldn't. It was a little bit too fast, but I suspect in the future, in the next couple of months, Sean Pittman will get down here and we'll get a chance to come and speak to you all together. And I want to introduce my staff, who is also here. Attorney Kirsty Miles, Dr. Christopher Stubbs, and Attorney Diane Andre. We work together in Tallahassee to make sure that Riviera Beach has the best representation as the best waterfront city to live, work, and play. I'm proud to be here before you all today. And with that, if there's any questions or comments, we can have that now, or we'll wait until Representative Hardy presents.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board for Senator Powell? Thank you so much, sir, for your service to the city of Riviera Beach.
Thank you very, very kindly.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're now on to item number 9, legislative update from Amari Hardy.
First off, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. First off, I want to recognize and thank all of you, the honorable members of this council, for inviting both myself and Senator Powell to come provide this legislative update after not only the regular legislative session, but this special session, which we just finished, and we can get into that as well. I said this before going to Tallahassee, and I believe that it's true after having come back from Tallahassee. I think Senator Powell might agree. This is one of, if not the most important legislative sessions that we've had, not just in recent memory, but potentially in the history of the state of Florida when you think about some of the challenges that we faced going into it. We haven't had a pandemic like this since 1918. And the pandemic was not just a public health crisis with over 35,000 Floridians having died before we got there. It was also an economic crisis and an education crisis. We had small businesses that struggled throughout it. We have folks who not only lost their jobs, but after losing their jobs, could not access the jobless benefits that they were due because of our broken unemployment system here in the state of Florida. But then in addition to that, we had what's called the COVID slide in education, whereby many, many kids who had to stay home, not as a luxury, but because we, especially early on, were not sure how this virus was transmitted. We weren't sure as to the risks of sending kids to school, so we had kids who were at home. They were doing their best to learn remotely. Not only were the kids doing their best to learn remotely, but as a former classroom teacher, I can tell you, if you're used to teaching in a room with students live in front of your face, it's very difficult to transition from that to teaching synchronously, meaning teaching some students in the classroom and some students online at the same time. It's an extremely challenging thing to do, but our teachers rose to the task. So going into that, we had to take all that into effect, and obviously that was going to have an impact on the budget. So it was a very challenging session. We had very important issues to address. Not only that, I like to say that everything was open in Florida except for the Capitol building, and that was true. You could go to a restaurant and you could find legislators in there partying, eating, drinking, but it was very difficult for members of the public and members of the press to get into the Capitol building to let legislators like myself and Senator Powell know what they felt about what we were doing there. And I think that had an impact on the session as well. So it was a challenging session, but I try to find a silver lining in that, and I think Senator Powell can attest to this. During a normal legislative session, you have folks coming by your office every 15 minutes. And it's very difficult when you have 200 plus bills being voted on to do your work as a legislator, which is to read and understand the policies that you're being asked to vote on and to weigh in on. And the fact that the Capitol was closed meant that we had an opportunity to actually do our job and to hone in on the details, which is one silver lining that I appreciate. So in this session, there was some good, there was some bad. I'll start with the bad so that we can end on a high note, which is the good. Senator Powell spoke about this House Bill 1, combating the public disorder. I just want to be clear about one thing. This was previewed last summer when the entire nation had taken to the streets to protest police violence against people of color. But it was filed officially on January 6th. Why was that? Because the leadership of the House and the Senate wanted us to believe that this bill didn't have anything to do with George Floyd, didn't have anything to do with other folks who had been killed unfairly, Breonna Taylor, by police officers. No. The leadership of the House and the Senate wanted us to believe that this had to do with the January 6th insurrection and attack on the Capitol. I might have been born at night. Some of us in this room might have been born at night. But I don't think any of us in this room, unless there's a newborn here, was born last night. And unfortunately, those are the kinds of games that they play. So House Bill 1 is an attack on our First Amendment rights, because basically what it tries to do is it tries to confuse protesters as to what's legal and what's not. If I go to a protest and I know that there's a law that says if a few knuckleheads get out of line and damage some property, that the law enforcement officers, the very folks you're protesting and asking to do better, who may be a little peeved that you're protesting their conduct, that those folks get to now call that protest a riot. And that you could be not only charged with a felony, and not only risk having your rights taken away when you're charged with a felony, but that when you're arrested, you would have to stay in jail overnight until first appearance, and that you can't make bail until then. The whole point of this bill is to chill the expression of free speech. And so while facially it's about quote unquote rioting or aggravated rioting, in reality it's attacking our First Amendment rights. That passed, unfortunately, and it was one of the first big pieces of legislation that passed. We had Senate Bill 90, which is the voter suppression legislation. If you're going to say that we need legislation to uphold election integrity, you should be able to point out that there's something wrong with the integrity of our elections. The Republicans couldn't do that. As a matter of fact, the governor himself, shortly after the November elections, bragged about how smoothly it went for us, said that we had put the ghost of Bush v. Gore behind us. But unfortunately, we have a former president who couldn't process the fact that he lost, and so we brought this piece of legislation that's going to make it difficult for folks to vote. Senator Powell touched on this. I want to talk about drop boxes. Drop boxes are critical because it makes it easier for people to cast their ballots. I represent a lot of working class people. Everybody in this room represents a lot of working class people. It's difficult, if you work a job, to get off of your job, drive to an early voting location or drive to a voting location and cast your ballot. That's why drop boxes, especially drop boxes in the community, are important. But what this bill does is it says that a supervisor of elections can't place a drop box anywhere unless it's a permanent branch of the supervisor of elections office, or unless it's an early voting location, and they can only have it for early voting hours, which kind of defeats the purpose. You might as well vote in person early at that point. And it also makes it more expensive for supervisors of elections to operate the drop boxes, because it requires them to have them manned as long as they're open, but it doesn't give them any more money to do that. It's discouraging supervisors from taking the steps that they need to encourage people to vote. That passed, unfortunately. I want to talk about, this is the last bad thing I'll talk about before we get on to the good. This, to me, was the most egregious part of the session. We have something in Florida called the Sadowski Trust Fund for Affordable Housing. Here's how it works. When you buy a piece of property, you need a dock stamp. In order to get that dock stamp, you pay a tax. What happens when you pay that tax? Where does that money go? It goes into a trust fund. And the trust fund is meant to fund affordable housing. The key word in there is trust. When you have a trust fund, you should be able to trust that the legislature will use that money in accordance with its purpose. So since 2003, the legislature has colluded with the governor to sweep, which is a nice word for steal, money from that trust fund and to use it for other purposes. 2003 is a significant year. Politicians tend to do their dirt after they've secured re-election. Jeb Bush was elected in '98. He was re-elected in 2002. 2003 was the first legislative session after his re-election. They've swept it every year between 2003 to 2019. Over $2.3 billion that could have and should have gone to affordable housing went to other things, most notably tax cuts for large corporations here in the state of Florida. So this year, after folks really made an issue of it, they said, we got it. We're not going to take money out of the trust fund anymore. Cool. The problem is that came with a caveat. The caveat was that they were going to cut in half the money that went into the trust fund to begin with. So it's almost saying who stole the cookies from the cookie jar. They say, okay, we're going to solve that problem by making sure that the person who's putting the cookies in the cookie jar doesn't put it in there to begin with. And, you know, look, I agree that some of the things that they use to fund that money, infrastructure for sea level rise, septic to sewer conversions for our water quality, which is important, those are notable and laudable goals, but you didn't need to fund those things on the backs of working class people who need housing that they can afford, period. There's affordable housing crisis, not just in Palm Beach County, but all over the state, and we need that money. We have needed it for years, and rather than fixing the problem, they made the problem worse, and they made it worse permanently, because that's a permanent change to the Sadowski Trust Fund for Affordable Housing. It's a shame $200 million of money a year is now off the table for affordable housing. Let's get on to the good. Sometimes folks get what they believe to be a good idea, and it's not so good. I'm a former classroom teacher. Both my parents are my grandparent and my great-grandmother. I was a member of a union. The union was important to me because they negotiated my wages. There was a gentleman named Cord Bird who said, I've got a brilliant idea. We're going to pass a law that makes it difficult for unions to collect their dues. And then after we make it difficult for them to collect their dues, we're going to include in this law a provision that says we're going to decertify or eliminate the union if it can't collect dues from over 50% of its members. That's not right, but that's what they did. They made two exemptions, fire and police. I want to talk about, and I know Senator Powell talks a lot about equity and about disparate impacts for people of color. Let's be for real. Black folks are underrepresented in the fire and law enforcement professions. Women are underrepresented in fire and in law enforcement. Those professions have historically been for white men. Who is overrepresented among teachers, sanitation workers, water plant operators, and so on, people of color. So when you have a bill that makes it difficult for professions that are predominated by people of color to organize and to demand fair wages, while exempting professions that tend to be dominated by white men, you are targeting, on purpose or not, people of color, making it difficult for them to earn their living. We were able to stop this bill from passing. I saw it on the last committee that it came through before it died. I won't tell you what I went through in that committee, but let's just say I didn't finish the whole committee. We were able, and Senator Powell spoke about this, we were able to secure $1 million, not only in the budget, but to have passed the governor's veto pen. It's in there for the Riviera Beach Safety Complex. I want to shout out Senator Powell, and I want to shout out Mr. Sean Pittman. It takes a team effort in Tallahassee because we're all in trouble at one point or another, and it's just like if you put all your eggs in one basket, you're not gonna be able to come away with anything. We had Senator Powell, who has experience in this, who served on appropriations in the Senate. We had Mr. Pittman, who has a relationship with folks in Tallahassee that go back since before I was born. It took all of that to get these $1 million that we got for this public safety complex, which I know is very much needed. The other thing is that we were able to come back with a bill that empowers local governments. That's HB 487. I reached across the aisle with a Republican member of the legislature to pass this. You guys have to have a comp plan. Every so often, you're allowed a small-scale comp plan amendment. The small-scale comp plan amendments are too small. Makes it very difficult for you to make these changes to your comp plan so that you can encourage redevelopment. We passed this bill to put more power in your hands so that you don't have to ask folks in Tallahassee and wait for a review, which often takes 90 days or more, in order to make these small-scale comp plan changes by increasing the amount of land area that you're able to do. So that was the session in a nutshell. Obviously, we had a special session. The special session was challenging for me because we passed or ratified, unfortunately, a gaming compact that we know and that the chair of the Gaming Compact Committee knows will not survive federal scrutiny because it doesn't meet the requirements, not only under federal law, but under state law. Yet the legislature passed it. Because unfortunately in Tallahassee, the most important thing isn't reason, it's power. That's why we need more seats. Senator Powell said it's 78 Republicans in the House, 42 Democrats in the House. That means that oftentimes they don't need to ask us what we think. So we need to win some of these seats in some of these swing districts, and hopefully we'll be able to have a little more influence and say as to how things go in Tallahassee. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for Mr. Hardy? All right, thank you so much. I appreciate all of your assistance for assisting the city of Riviera Beach. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're now on to item 9A, a proclamation of the City of Riviera Beach declaring June 8th, 2021 as World Oceans Day.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Whereas World Oceans Day reminds us of the very beginnings of life and the many benefits and services the oceans have been providing to all people in all places around the globe. And whereas World Oceans Day was originally proposed at the 1992 Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro, and June 8th was officially declared World Oceans Day by the United Nations in 2009. And whereas this celebration has grown from a ripple into a tidal wave with a myriad of activities around the world aimed at increasing awareness about how oceans work and how their health is related to our own well-being. Whereas Riviera Beach, like so many coastal communities and towns, owes its cultural heritage and sense of place to the ocean and its natural jewels. And whereas the Intercoastal Waterway, Lake Worth Lagoon, and the Atlantic Ocean meet at the Palm Beach Inlet, representing a self-sustaining biodiverse habitat supporting marine life from tiny phytoplankton producing the oxygen we breathe to amazing dolphins who serve as flagship species for the entire 7 seas. And whereas world-class ocean explorers, researchers, and their organizations, and many operators offering experience on and in the water have chosen Riviera Beach to launch and carry out their projects and programs, continuing the work of previous generations while advancing and contributing to the protection of our marine world and the sustainable development of Riviera Beach. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Councilwoman Dr. Julia Botel of the City of Riviera Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim that June 8th, 2021 shall be known as World Oceans Day in the City of Riviera Beach and be recognized and celebrated as a means to foster support for those who have dedicated their lives to ocean research and conservation and advance awareness and appreciation of our oceans, their sustainable resource use and stewardship for our common future. Just to let you know that although World Oceans Day has been declared by the UN as June 8th, we will be broadcasting some videos that day from local ocean-related organizations such as the Dolphin Research Tour Groups, Loggerhead Marine Life, Palm Beach County Marine Industries Association, and others. But we will be having a celebration on the following Sunday in the afternoon from 2 to 5 at the Ocean Walk Mall under those beautiful blue awnings. And we'll have, we'll learn how to cook a lionfish, which we know we'd like to get out of our waterways and cook them and eat them instead. You might win a free boat ride on the ocean. You could help us clean up the beach that day or meet some local divers on a host of other interesting ocean-related things. So I hope you come out and join us for World Ocean Day on Sunday, June 13th. Thanks.
Thank you for that proclamation. Madam Clerk?
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're now on to item number 9B, water quality presentation by Mayor Ronnie Felder. Mayor, Chairwoman Lanier, and members of the board, we do not have any public comments on this item. The acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Mayor Felder?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff is going to present this item. I had a meeting with city manager and staff concerning some of the water issues that we had, so they're going to come and give a short presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Jacobs.
Sure, thank you.
Before you get started, Ms. Jacobs, let me ask the mayor, what is the reasoning behind this presentation?
Well, as a community, we had some issues with the Pepsi Cola and just some of our residents. So I met with staff, I believe yesterday. They gave me a recap of what happened with Pepsi. So I'm asking them to kind of present that so the community can better understand what went down with the Pepsi Cola plant.
Thank you so much for that. You guys can go ahead and get started.
Sure. Thank you. Can you hear me?
No. We're having a little technical difficulties. Give us a second.
Good evening. Good evening, Chair Lanier, other council persons in your respective places, Mayor Felder, City Manager Evans, Attorney Nguyen. For the record, my name is Deirdre Jacobs, and I'm the Assistant City Manager here with the City of Riviera Beach. At the request of Mayor Felder.
Could you speak up a little louder?
Sure. At the request of Mayor Felder, staff was asked to put a short presentation together that would address some of the water quality issues here in the City of Riviera Beach, and to just talk briefly about some of the improvements that are taking place over at the plant. We met with the mayor on yesterday to discuss some of the issues that he had that dealt with the plant, and he asked that, in follow-up to that, that we make a presentation to the board and to the public. So with that said, in my capacity as acting executive director there, Mr. Pinckney, Melvin Pinckney, who's the newest member of our team, he's the water treatment plant superintendent. Dr. Anthony Williams is the compliance manager there. And of course, Nigel Grace is the USD's one of our consultants that helps us out in terms of assisting with some of the improvements and the development opportunities that are on the rise. So we put together a short PowerPoint presentation for you this evening just to go over briefly some of the facts that are occurring over at the district. Next slide, please. This simply is just a short agenda that details what we're going to discuss with you today, starting with an overview of the utility district, and it will end with any questions that you may have of us as a team. Next slide. The Riviera Beach Utility District was formed in 2004. It was formed in 2004 with a population in 1958 of approximately 13,000 persons. We know now that we have a customer base of a little over 42,000 persons. We serve in terms of water, the municipal limits of the City of Riviera Beach, Gramercy Parks, Palm Beach Shores, and we also provide sewer collection services for the town of Mangonia Park. The staff at the district totals 57 persons. There are 5 divisions. Right now we have 11 vacancies, primarily in water distribution and collections, with a capital projects budget of about $56 million and an operating budget of about $30 million. Next slide. Oh, that's right. Sorry. Okay. So with regards to the existing treatment initiatives that are taking place over at the plant, right now we have a little over $13 million in improvements that are going on as we speak. It is our hope and expectation that they'll be done sometime in the spring of 2022. Many of them are in, they were put in place as a result of the consent order, as well as ways in which that we could improve the quality of the water that we provide to our customers. Nigel Grace from Brown and Caldwell has been extremely instrumental in helping us to come forth with the improvements to our systems, and he's going to present to you all of the existing treatment initiatives that are ongoing at the plant.
Thank you. Nigel Grace is Brown and Caldwell. At first, I'd like to really congratulate this council because, you know, you recognize the fact that you have an aging treatment plant that, you know, went for many years without adequate investment into it. And everything that I've seen that staff has brought before you to improve the performance and quality of the drinking water produced at that facility, this board has taken action in approving. So as a result of that, you currently have 2 contractors working on the site on multiple projects, right? The treatment plant is largely a collection of chemical feed systems that interact with the water to produce treatment objectives. Your existing plant does not have any of the controls or performance characteristics that would allow the plant to operate in a consistent, reliable manner. These treatment investments are essentially going to give the operations staff the tools needed to determine the appropriate level of treatment, operate the plant, in a manner consistent with the objectives, and to maintain that with some level of consistency that would eliminate the swings in water quality that's been plaguing that plant. You also have significant, to liken it to an old car, just imagine you had a 25-year-old car that went a couple decades without adequate investments, didn't get through all the service checks, etc., and now things are beginning to fail. 1 minute is a transmission, the next minute is something else, right? And as you're fixing things, more things are breaking. Well, the $13 million that Ms. Jacobs indicated is rather comprehensive for this plant. It won't fix everything, but it's going after the things that will give the operations staff the tools needed to really get the best out of what that plant is able to deliver for the public. So that's where things are at this point in time. The next slide that you'll see highlights the key improvements that are being done by these two contractors. And again, you can see the chemical feed systems within this plant is largely the target of the improvements. Primoris is addressing the lime feed system as well as the carbon dioxide feed system. Those feed systems...
Mr. Naji, when you say chemical feed systems, what does that mean?
Yes. So you pull water out of the ground, and in the process of treating it, you apply different chemicals, each of which has a specific treatment objective, right? Like, for instance, lime. Lime is used to soften the water. You add lime to the water, and it pulls the natural hardness that's in the water out of the water, right? The existing feed system is antiquated. It's multiple decades old. It's a dinosaur, right? So you're getting a brand new system with all the modernized controls and capabilities for that. In addition to that, you're getting a recarbonation system. Recarbonation just means you're adding carbon dioxide to the water. Every time you pop a soda can, that effervescence, that's carbon dioxide. You're going to be doing exactly the same thing to the water on a much larger scale than what you'd have in a soda can. And what that carbon dioxide does, it allows you to regulate the pH of the water leaving the plant. Has a number of important chemistry type of benefits. You don't have that capability today. It doesn't exist within that plant, so it limits the ability to treat the water adequately because the pH is an important parameter to control. That capability doesn't exist. In addition to that, Global Tech, they're putting in a brand new disinfection system, eliminating the use of gas chlorine. They're adding a polymer feed system that will improve the performance of the coagulation process. It will reduce the amount of lime. In the process of softening the water, you create, it looks like talcum powder, right? But it's really small particles of calcium carbonate. This is the same calcium carbonate many people take as a dietary supplement. This is in your medicine cabinet there. But this is a real fine colloidal set of particles dispersed in the water. The purpose of the filtration process is to remove those particles, right? And this polymer feed system will aid in the removal of the calcium carbonate particles. So each of these chemical feed systems does something different, that collectively work together to produce a desirable quality of water. In addition to that, beyond the initial suite of improvements that was initially undertaken when both of these contractors was hired some time ago, the city has identified additional priorities in the plant, and this board has approved modifications to the respective contracts to enable these contractors to do additional improvements. One recently approved project was the rehabilitation of your filters, right? So your filters is essentially the last barrier, right? Any fine particles that your lime softening process escapes the lime softening process is captured there. So again, those filters, they're dated, they're old, there's a lot of things just don't work right. One of these two contractors is going to go in and replace the media and replace a lot of the peripherals in the filtration system to improve the performance of that. So there are a number of all complementary improvements that are being done in the plant as we speak, right, that will ultimately produce a better water quality experience, right? You're still going to have lime softening technology. It's still 1950s and beyond technology, but you're going to get better performance out of the plant that you have, right? And that's what this $13 million that Ms. Jacobs described is really targeting, you know, going and getting the best performance that it can out of the plant within reason, because of course the intention is to replace this facility, so you can't go overboard. But there's a certain amount of domino effects. You can't just replace one or two things. You kind of have to get the key components needed to keep the car running, right? You can put in a brand new transmission, but if you lose some other critical components, the car is still not going to have mobility.
Okay,
Madam,
Dr. Ortiz, a question.
thank
Go
you,
ahead.
thank you. So you said, you used the word ultimately, that's my question. When can I say to people, the work is done, the water is better?
Okay, so the work is going to be progressively completed between the latter part of this summer and next spring, right? Again, the city contractors are working on 10 different things. They're all not going to be completed at the same end point, right? So at different times over the next, let's say the next year, right? Less than a year, over the next 8 months, 10 months, different improvements are going to kick in, and progressively you'll have a better domain of control.
I have one more. So is there any reason why the water at Woodbine, there's a local way that people communicate next door. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but a lot of people on next door have been complaining about their water, and many of them live over in Woodbine. Is their water any different from the rest of the city for any reason? Or
what's the nature of the complaints?
They vary. The color, mostly the color, I guess.
Mostly the color.
Some people just say it doesn't smell right, but the color, I would say, is the biggest complaint.
Yeah.
So when will that be addressed?
So, well, these improvements, let's back up a little bit. You know, the color is inherent to the characteristics that are tied to the groundwater supply that you have, right? Most of Florida utilities, they have the same color water. Your lime softening technology is fairly limited in its ability to reduce color, right? That's one of the benefits of going to membrane treatment. What you'll be able to do with this plant and the improvements that we're making here is achieve a much higher degree of consistency with performance. It still won't be bottled water quality, obviously, but you're not going to have higher color one day, lower color the next. You know, and that variability, you know, a lot of people are sensitive to change, right? If you maintain a fairly consistent color, that's one thing. When it starts varying, right, that's when you have a different outcome. Another thing that the city is doing, they're in the process of doing a condition assessment of the well field. And, you know, with you know, most people in the operations business, you know, that no two wells are identical, right? You have 27 wells, and each of them has its own little idiosyncrasies and characteristics. Once you get more of the wells in better operating condition, then the city will also have the flexibility to select the wells that are more favorable in terms of color, right? To more consistently operate wells that produce a better outcome at the plant. So there are a number of things coming together. You will see towards the end of the year, you will start seeing improvements. The work that Primoris is doing, which is tied to the carbon dioxide feed system and the lime feed system, those are two important components. Every time the existing lime system goes out of operation or gets into a funk, for whatever reason, it has a direct and immediate impact on color, right? With this new system, you know, much of that variability should go away.
Okay, go ahead.
And just so that people listening at home and people here will know, the color comes from what? And is there any problem drinking it? The color,
No.
what causes the color to be
So
yellow?
the color is basically the end product of vegetative matter that has dissolved and become a part of the water for eons, this geologic era, right? And it's millennia old, and the technical terminology used for this substance is fulvic and humic acids, right? It's kind of reduced to just basic organic material. There's no known public health hazards associated. It's common to South Florida groundwaters. South Florida groundwaters are relatively unique to many groundwater sources in the United States, most of which don't have this particular issue. So those substances in of themselves, it doesn't pose. It's an aesthetic concern, right? But it's not a public health concern.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Botel, in follow-up to your question, I want to ask Dr. Williams if he could provide for you information with regards to the water being safe.
Yep.
So can I ask a question?
Wait, let her finish, sir. Let her finish. There was a question responding to Dr. Botel. Let them finish. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Williams. I'm the compliance officer over at USD. When it comes to the color, as Mr. Grace has stated, color is a secondary contaminant, which means that the United States EPA, they do not look at it as something that affects our health. When it comes to our monthly compliance here in the city, I can assure everyone that we are compliant. We do test every month. We sample 42 sites on a regular basis, and that's not including our raw water wells. When we do sample these wells, we have to report these results to the Department of Health, and all of the results always come out absent. Total coliform is natural in drinking water, so the EPA does allow you to have up to 5%. However, we don't exceed that. We are usually or always within the limits so that we don't ever get any citations or get in any trouble with the Department of Health. Our public water supply is safe. The quality of it is at its best. And again, I can assure everyone that based on the testing that we do every month, we do test every day the drinking water supply, and we do go out every month, and we have all of this documented.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman McCoy, you had a question?
Yes. So to clarify, Mr. Grace, you spoke of color, and you know, Councilwoman Botel, are we speaking of the tint that's associated with the lime softening process, the light greenish tint?
Yeah.
Or are we speaking of the cloudiness and the clarity?
I'm speaking of the tint. It's
Okay.
kind of a pale tea-colored tint.
Okay, so, well, that would be an explanation for, for the color, or in what you described as the tint, but what about the cloudiness and the content of the water? Because I've seen certain cases where appears to be actual particles in the water.
Yes. Those particles are the calcium. I'm assuming the particles. I haven't looked at what you've precisely seen, but any cloudiness you see in the water will be due to remnants of the calcium carbonate that is removed from the raw water as part of the treatment process. If it depends on where you see those particles, right? But to the extent that particles escape the filtration process, then that would be calcium carbonate particulates that you're seeing.
Follow up.
Yeah, one more question, and we're gonna let them finish their presentation. Go
I want to
ahead.
get clarity because he said a few things, so if you allow me.
You have another question. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, well, I thought I had 10 minutes, no?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, well, you mind if I start my timer?
You have one question to ask. Go ahead, sir. I want them to finish their presentation.
Well, I
And
thought
you
we
can
were gonna
ask as
address-
many questions as you would like. They're in the middle of their presentation, and I want you to go ahead and get your question out so they can finish.
Okay, well, that answer was not clarification. So, Mr. Grace and Mr. Williams, speaking to the calcium carbonate, is there a EPA testing on the allowable amount of calcium carbonate?
Yes, okay, so calcium carbonate, as was just indicated, is a secondary constituent. It's not a regulated contaminant. There's no public health outcome. The only reason why you have the existing lime softening plant is to reduce calcium carbonate, but it's purely discretionary. If you were to go to Central Florida, very few of the water utilities in Central Florida remove calcium carbonate. Same groundwater, right? And if you notice, you go to a hotel there, the water tends to be a little harder. You soap, it takes a little bit more to soap up, their calcium carbonate level is in the hundreds, right? Because they do not have treatment to remove it. Here in South Florida, and again, it's just the way the utility industry evolved, it's purely discretionary. You have a treatment plant designed to remove calcium carbonate, right? So removal of calcium carbonate is not a public health issue. It's not a mandatory requirement. It's discretionary. Your customers are used to it. You want to do it on a consistent basis. If you have any irregularities in the treatment where the hardness goes up, a little bit or is lower or not, it's purely an aesthetic customer perception, but there's no public health outcome associated with that.
Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and finish your presentation.
So can I ask another question?
No. We're going to finish the presentation. Let them get everything out because the questions that you're asking may be a part of their presentation. So let them finish.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I think I'll just wrap up this slide. The next slide is just pivoting to the future. Again, just a reminder that, all of these improvements that are being in the existing water plant is intended to extend the service life just a few years to bridge to really where the city is going, which is a brand new water plant that will incorporate modernized technology, give you, superior quality products that will really put in the rearview mirror a lot of the challenges that you've historically encountered with this system. That process will produce a consistently high quality water. The technology will provide broad spectrum removal of many constituents in the water. So it's really future-proofing the plant, so to speak. It is just no comparison between the current technology that exists today and the technology that you're headed towards. As part of that work, you're going to be updating your wells, you're going to be diversifying your supply, you'll have a brand new treatment technology with new capabilities that I think will benefit the city of Riviera Beach for many, many years to come. So that's where we're headed to. Right now, I think the city has been struggling with making all the necessary investments to keep the existing plant because you have to continue to operate that plant in the present, but without going, without spending multiple tens of millions of dollars on a plant that in the end you're still going to have, 70-year-old technology working for you. So the city is working on both fronts, to keep the existing ship flying while at the same time positioning in the city for the future and where you want to go. That was the last slide that I had as part of this presentation.
Okay, very good. Go ahead, Ms. Jacobs.
So, Madam Chair, just for the benefit of the council and the public, maybe about a week ago, there was an incident over off of 26th Street and 26th Court, wherein one of our collection staff, he needed water in order to mix it with concrete. So what he did was he opened the fire hydrant to take the water to mix with the concrete in order to repair the sidewalk. but when he opened the hydrant, he opened it up in a way that he shouldn't have, and it caused a flood of water. So when it did that, of course, in just layman's term, the water rushed into the hydrant, and what it did, it created a flurry of activities which caused the water to come through the pipes at a tremendous speed, and it aggravated the system over in that area. And because of that, at least for maybe a few hours, the residents in that area experienced a higher amount of turbidity than normal. So we wanted to bring that to your attention as well. But as soon as we heard about it, the staff went out to that neighborhood and they spoke with the residents in that area and explained what happened and just advised them to run the water for a short period of time, and the water cleared up.
Thank you very much.
Also, Madam Chair,
Go
with
ahead.
regards to the end of our presentation, staff has been working night and day to work with another consultant that has been assisting us with developing an RFQ. It is hopeful that it'll go out on the street within the next couple of weeks to begin the process for us to go ahead and construct a new water treatment plant within the next 36 months.
Thank you for that. I know that not just myself, not just this board, but everybody who lives in the city of Riviera Beach are concerned about their water. We know that the city of West Palm Beach in certain areas cannot even drink the water at this point. So there is just not the city of Riviera Beach. It's utility districts across the country in terms of struggling, especially with a almost 60-year-old water plant that we have. So I applaud the utility district for that incident that you mentioned that I was called on. The fact that the city is trying to fix one plant while building another. That has to be a lot of work that is going on. We can appreciate that. And we can appreciate the fact that when something does happen, the city responds to it right away to be able to take care of it. But of course, and I appreciate this presentation, given the fact that, as I said before, everyone is concerned about, what we put in our bodies and the drinking water that we have in the city. With that being said, the board, if you want to ask any questions, you can so at this time.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs, question. Who did you say touched the fire hydrant?
Madam Chair, for the record, it was one of our staff people.
And are they permitted? I'm not familiar with the
Well,
access.
it wasn't a prohibition for him to open the fire hydrant in order to get the water, but it was the manner in which he did it.
Okay, so what process are we putting in place to make sure we regulate this doesn't happen again?
So it was quite uncommon for him to do that, but his supervisor did speak with him, and we believe that it won't happen again.
Okay, because normally, I'm not sure of the regulations of the fire hydrants and usage by city staff, but I thought those were prohibited to fire department only usage.
No, we open the hydrants on a regular basis when we need to flush the areas.
So, but it was just the way that he used it. So
I'm sorry?
So the training for this employee is just what needs to be addressed?
Well, it is quite uncommon. What he did was unique. So it's not something that should have been done, and it's not something that's done on a normal basis. He should have only opened it to just get a small amount of water, but that's not what he did.
So then what I may recommend is just that we do some retraining for our staff, because with this one-off situation, it seems like there was a shortcoming in regards to understanding what their expectation is when it comes to flushing that system. So that can't happen again.
Yes, sir.
And I just have a few questions, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead. You have another question, and I'll let the rest of the board also entertain their questions as well. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Well, I am appreciative of the presentation, and we've addressed kind of the Band-Aid on this water plant that has been dilapidating for a number of years. I think we stated that we're trying to extend the existing service life. How long are we trying to extend that life, and what's the total budget of the investment we're making?
Mr. Nigel, you want to answer that?
Certainly. Well, the city has a goal of establishing a replacement water treatment plant within a few years, right? Now, to use an automobile analogy, if you're going to put a transmission in a car, you put a transmission in a car, right? You don't put a transmission in a car to only last you, 3 years or 5 years. So with these improvements that are being implemented, you are improving, you're putting in new equipment, right? That's going to provide useful life, functional, useful life, potentially well over a decade, right? So you're making good, sound investments that are really essential at this point in time to be able to keep the operating plant going. Where you're holding off is on some of the major structural things that would require a significant infusion of capital, right? You're not trying to upgrade the entire plant. You're being selective and strategic about upgrading the elements of the plant that will deliver the biggest bang for the buck, if you will, right? But where you're choosing to invest, you're going all in and you're making it right to be able to equip the staff to carry out the jobs.
Yes, thank you. I'll come back to you, Councilman Lawson. Are there any other questions from the board? Yes, go ahead, Councilman McCoy.
So can you clarify? In fact, I'm going to ask that you have something like this. I would hope that the members of the body is brought aware of this, because this is the first that I've heard. And obviously, if this caused such a problem, I would hope that there's a documented incident report or something of that effect. But, I can't field calls when I'm not provided with information that there was potentially a problem. And this is, in my opinion, no different than when we have notices that we have to then provide for whatever reason, if there's some sort of precautionary measure to boil water. But if you have some sort of breach in the system that causes an adverse effect on the end users, can you kindly share it to the board members? Because I had no knowledge of what was said today. And I know if you're speaking of West 26th Court, I would imagine that's some portion of the areas that I represent. And I just don't want to kind of be the last to know, and sometimes I'm the first to be asked. So kindly, I would hope that this is something that we can formalize. That way, when we do get approached with these inquiries, we know exactly what it is. Because, until today, we're speaking of something that occurred last week. I just think that there has to be a better communication. So can we, or is that prohibited?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
It's my understanding that what occurred did not rise to the level of a formal notification like a boil water notice, and Mr. Pinkney can speak to that more in a technical manner than I can.
But it was obviously worth bringing to the public city council meeting, so it wasn't a minor event. Okay,
Okay, yes, thank you very much. Dr. Patel, any other questions that you have?
Just briefly, I was referring people to the city's webpage to look at the water quality reports, and it looks like the 2019 report was the most recent one on there. Will there be a more recent report put up there?
So, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Patel, on our meeting yesterday with the mayor, that's an issue that came up, that it would be prudent for us to make sure that our web pages are updated with regards to utility special district. So from this point forward, we're going to work on that, and we'll put measures into place where the public will be adequately informed whenever we have issues like the one that occurred that Mr. McCoy spoke of, as well as our reports that are shared with the Department of Health.
Thank you. And I just wanted to thank you all for attending the town hall meeting I had recently. It was wonderful to have you all there, and I congratulate Mr. Melvin on his promotion to supervisor over there, because I know you've spent a good many years. Maybe I shouldn't say, but 30, is it 30 years? Thank you. Thank you for your service, and congratulations on your promotion, and thank you for being there the other day. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller Anderson, do you have any questions that you want to ask at this time?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment. I certainly appreciate the efforts that's being put forth with the individuals that are currently over at the utility district. If you all were around or following what was going on back in 2016, I can assure you that we didn't even have 10% of the information that we're receiving now. There has been a higher level of transparency that has been occurring with this new administration and with the board. We have received more water quality presentations, water update presentations than when we truly had some major issues going on that was truly being hidden from the public. And the only way that it was really disclosed was because of the media getting a hold of it. And that is what brought it to the attention and caused, there was so much that was revealed that had been going on for several years that no one knew about. And that dealt with a lot of consent orders through the health department, the state. There were a number of those issues that were occurring that were very serious things that were going on that was not made aware. So I'm glad that we are not in that situation. We do have some issues, but as we have heard, this utility district department, this building has been around for many, many decades, and it's been neglected for many, many decades. And so we have definitely, as a board, taken more precautions and more steps to improve the water quality. And I think we have to be proud of what we have done, because that is not what was happening for many years prior, at least from what I can speak of back when 2016 occurred. And so although we have some challenges, as we see some cities have more stricter challenges and more dire challenges than we do, we're not saying we're perfect, but we are certainly trying to be transparent about what we're doing, and also we're trying to do something about it. And I think the improvements that we have agreed to make are a great step in the right direction. And so thank you, staff, for doing what you do. I know it's not easy, and I know as a resident, you know, we definitely want safe water. We all want that. And we want to see clear water, not the tint that we see that sometimes messes up the toilet or your tub. But I'm glad to hear that there's some sort of measures in place to make sure that all of the water is safe. So thank you all. I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments, Commissioner Anderson. At this time, it is 7:30, and we need to...
Madam Chair, can I ask one question?
No, because it's public comment time. It is 7:30. The public comes here to make their comments, and we can pick this up after public comment, sir? That's okay with you? Very good. Let us go to public comment. Madam Clerk, thank you for your presentation. You might have to come back because there may be some other questions from the board, but we need to get to our public comment because the public comes here to be able to start this on time. Please be reminded that the City Council has adopted rules of decorum governing public comment during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, the council chair may have any disruptive speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, and or the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Public comments shall begin at 7:30 unless there is no further business of the City Council, which in that event it shall begin sooner. And in addition, if any items being considered at 7:30, comments from the public shall begin immediately after the item has been concluded. Any person who would like to speak during public comments, please fill out a public comment card located at the front desk and give it to the staff before the public comments section is announced. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the acceptance of public comments at this time is closed. Lisa McCumbin, Billy Brooks, Cindy March.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
I just have a couple of quick questions. I'm new to Riviera Beach. Been here about a year. Love the city. My question is Goodmark Park. When are the lights all going to be fixed over at Goodmark Park? And from when I look up there, I think I see a gunshot meter. Is that in use? Does it actually work? And also, what was there first, the park or the speed bumps, because the speed bumps don't effectively shield kids who cross that street to go to the park. The speed bumps are way too far apart from the park, and I see kids darting across that street and cars missing them because they'll go over a speed bump and then speed through the area where the park is. And then there's another speed bump, probably about 500 to 700 feet past the park. And so then they'll slow down there. But it makes no sense to have a park there and the speed bumps so far apart that the kids, can't safely cross the street. But my number one issue is the lighting in the park. Really, it's been out ever since I bought my home across the street from the park. So, and that's pretty much what I have to say. And not a FAMU fan. I'm Pepperdine, but school is school. So.
All right, thank you very much. At the end of public comments, we will have the city manager to address all of the issues from the residents who come to the podium.
Billy Brooks, Cindy March, Tricia Williams.
Good evening to Mayor, Chair, all the council persons, and our city manager. I think about you a lot. Pray for you. I want to start off first with some thank yous. Certainly want to thank the mayor for his $1,000 contribution to the Riviera Beach Cares. We certainly appreciate it. And my second thank you is to the council for now looking at the Brooks subdivision for affordable housing. That's a project that my then husband and mayor started way back when, and I'm sure it had to be a challenge for you all to reach back and get all the information about it. But we need it very much in our city, and I'm glad that we're moving forward. Now, I just want to make a comment. Is Ms. Deirdre Jacobs still here? Well, I had the opportunity to attend the quarterly meeting that Dr. Botel had at last week. And I was just so proud, first, of the way that Deirdre and her staff presented the information. I mean, they represent the epitome of professionalism and competence. And that's something we should all be proud of. Now, when I was on the council, we had issues with the water situation, but people, let us just move forward now. We've let this thing become something to divide us. In our last election, so many lies went around about the situation there of the water plant. People are confused. But let's stop looking in the rearview mirror. Let's move forward. Don't just try to nitpick and find every little thing that you can find about this water report. We are moving forward. So let us just work as a team. Don't do anything to divide us as a city. And this one issue almost divided us as a city. But we're moving now, we're moving forward. As I say, get your eye out of the rearview mirror. Let's look forward and just appreciate the wonderful staff that we have now that's working on this situation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Cindy March, Tricia Williams, Eric Williams.
Good evening. We've been moving forward for 3 years with this water plant. My question is, when he said something about the well system, what about the lift system? How often is they maintained in the sewer system? Because the sewer system is so corroded, that has a lot to do with the contamination of the water. And the water is yellow and green. And not only that, look like every other year, you all are updating your water system program when you pay your bill. I came over yesterday to pay my bill. The bill says $63.93. So due June 1st, I paid the bill. So when the guy looked at me, he said, the bill really $151. Well, why is not stated on the bill? Mind me, I just paid $151 April 30th at approximately $214. So how an apartment gonna be $150? And I understand it might be a mistake, so I addressed it to my landlord, because she's going to be more professional than I am. Just point blank, simple as that. Because y'all upgrade this program, these computer systems. First, the young lady took my check. She stamped paid on it. Then she took the check in the back. So the young guy came out. He said, ma'am, let me help you do it on the machine. I said, so what you want, my credit card or my Capital One card? He said, either one, as long as it got a Visa slogan. So when he slid it in there, paid the bill, got a receipt, a balance of $80-something. I'm going to let my landlord handle it very professionally, but I want answers because I'm not going to pay $150-something every month for a water bill, and I know it's not a leak in that building. So somebody need to address the problem, and I mean, she's going to take care of it on her end, but I would like y'all to look into it because I'm not the only one have issues with the water bill. So it's just not about the contaminated water. It's our water bill is so high, and we have not, as residents, got a notice saying the bill going to be triple than what it's supposed to be. It's utterly ridiculous. It's shameful. I'm not going to look back. I'm going to stay where I'm at because I'm going to address these issues, and you all going to have to answer to them because there's no reason why you pay $13 million and some other stuff is not going to be taken care of. If I'm going to pay $13 million, I'm going to make sure I get what I pay for. Point blank, simple as that. I mean, I can call MSNBC and do an investigation. Have them come out and test my water and go forth. I'm not threatened. It's a promise. We need to get it together.
Thank you.
Tricia Williams, Eric Williams, Mary Brown.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tricia Williams, and I am proud to say that I'm a new homeowner in the city of Riviera Beach. My husband grew up in this area, and I have grown to love the city of Riviera Beach. We have 2 little boys who have tried patiently and quietly to keep it down during the meeting. And I'm here to address 2 things as a homeowner. First, let me cover the one as a mother. As I said, I have 2 little boys, ages 6 and 8. And I am really concerned about our playground. We live off of 20th Street, West 19th Street, and so we are right across from Wells Recreation Center. Love the Recreation Center, but the playground there doesn't look great. Our kids have been at home and on lockdown now for 15, 16 months, and so now that we're going down the street, to go to our local playground, it really looks dilapidated. And it became more evident to me when over the Memorial holiday, we went to Singer Island, and there was the playground, and it looked fresh and new. So my question to you is, how can we get this playground taken care of? Is it something that we as a community need to do? Is it something that you all are taking care of? I am here to help in any way. If I have to garner support from my neighbors in Park Manor to get this done, we will. But we really need help for our kids. And my kids are not the only ones on that street. We have several growing families, and we would love to have a place that our kids can play safely. That's my first comment. The second one is, as a homeowner, I know that there are several different programs that different cities have. And we were just wondering if there were any programs coming soon to our area that would help with things like new roofs or other updates on your homes. So those are my questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and welcome to the city of Riviera Beach.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Eric Williams, Mary Brown, Doretta Polk.
Good evening. My name is Eric Williams. This is our son, Michael Williams, and I spoke with Commissioner Miller Anderson last week just to let her know that Micah has been racing BMX for the last 2 years, 2.5 years, which last year was basically a lockdown year. He didn't really get to do anything, but he just, on last weekend, he just became the #1 rider in the state of Florida for a intermediate. So he just wanted to come. I think Ms. Miller Anderson, yeah, they had some pictures there that I sent him on the bike.
There's some pictures up about, yes, there they are.
So he's, in the short 2 years that he's been racing, he went over to Cape Coral a couple months ago, he won the Whole Shot Award, which he got $50 for. He's on a team called Deadweight Racing. This is his jersey, part of his uniform. They're out of Jacksonville. But like I said, it's a sport it's an Olympic sport now, and he actually got to meet Connor Fields, which is the last gold medalist that won back in, where was the last one? I think Rio or Brazil? Rio. So he won, he got to meet him, and that's his goal, to one day go to the Olympics and win gold. So we just wanted to kind of acknowledge him, and tomorrow is his 9th birthday, so he'll be moving up. But that's all we wanted to.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Michael Williams, and happy birthday to you as well from the city of Riviera Beach. Give people a round of applause.
Mary Bram, Doretta Polk, Erica Davis.
Good evening, Mayor Bram. I'm going to give a shout out to the vendors that were there on last Sunday, Sweet Italian Ice, the popcorns, the barbecue, that Monday, all of those vendors there, we love you. Thank you. And thank the staff that provided all of those good treats for us. I'm going to say something because Commissioner Miller Anderson touched on it as well. See, Ms. Brown was in that with the news with our water in 2016 and all of that and all of that and all of that. Every paper it is pertaining to our aqua filters and our waters, Ms. Brown has it. She shares it with each city manager as well as Ms. Jones. Pepsi Cola, all of you 5 Fortune companies in this city here, this is nothing new to you. The board that we have here has done more in addressing the needs of our water in this city than any of the elected officials that have sat on that board. Why can Ms. Graham say that? Because they have only been interested in their little pet peeves, their little projects. City manager, you as a board, whatever money is going to be trickled down, we don't want you spending it to the council peoples up there. We want the investment in our plant to be built. West Palm Beach got a bad water problem. Nobody's raving by that, and some of them live in Riviera in West Palm Beach. But thank you to the utility district. Thank you, staff, for addressing, to rising to the occasion, because water is life. And I will forever say that. And thank you, some of you as a board, for addressing this problem. Some got in there. That was your mission from day one. You should have continued on that. You should not have deviated to start on other things. You must do the critical things that this city needs instead of putting your needs before the residents' needs. And this will not work, not in this season of time. Every piece of money, city manager and you council people, invested in building up what we need to be built up in this city here. Not just our city is having a water problem. Other cities is building up their plants because they realize the aging of their infrastructure has deteriorated. It's just like our bodies. And my condolences goes out to Mr. Earl Davis and his family. You have Ms. Graham, deepest condolences. Yes, Ms. Davis and I, we were co-partners. He was outspoken as well as Ms. Graham, but we always deviated on the issues that was pertinent for our city. And Ms. Graham will continue to do that. So no money will be spent out until we get our plant made. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
Doretta Polk, Erica Davis.
Good evening, council, city manager. I just want to piggyback off of what Ms. Bram just said. We need to put this water situation to rest because Mr. Evans and his staff, they are doing the best that they can by putting a $15 million Band-Aid on something that we need to take care of. We have a $150 million project, and we don't have any money to get this done. And they're trying the best they can to get this money to put in this water plant. Now, your bill is high because in the plan, you were supposed to get taxed for this water plant within 5 to 6 years, am I correct? So that is why your water bill is high. We don't have the money yet for the $150 million water plant. They're trying to get it. So, city council person, you know this, Mr. McCoy. So you need to stop trying to make this a big deal or a political stunt, for your election next year. You know what the real deal is, and they're trying as best as they can to get this money up. The $14 million that we're getting from the federal grant, that needs to all go towards that. Now, all of you, while you're recklessly writing checks to foolishness, you need to be allocating some of that money towards the water plant if you're so concerned about it. Maybe even releasing your aid, if that's what you need to do, Mr. McCoy. Or your salary for that matter. But y'all need to stop knocking on the staff, including the staff, Mr. Sermons and all of them. I'm sick of hearing it on Facebook. I'm sick of hearing all of this stuff. These people are professionals and they're doing a great job. So stop nitpicking because you're not doing a thing. By the way, when are we going to have a town hall meeting? Because you haven't had one since you've been in here, but one for 3 years. And I thank you, Mr. Evans, and your staff, all of you, for doing an excellent professional job in this city. And I'm going to give you all the credit in the world because you're doing a great job. You're very professional. You know what you're doing. And you people need to stop it. You too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Doretta Polk, Brenda Brown. No, Brenda Brown. My apologies.
Good evening. My name is Doretta Polk, and I would like to also address some issues that I hold very dearly and very concerned about. At the last couple of council meetings, there was a representative from the port of Palm Beach, and he was just telling that he's going to be presenting the city with $45,000, and Councilman Lawson was stating that maybe the $45 could possibly be used for the arts and poetry. No, I don't think not one nickel of this $45,000 should use arts and poetry. I love the arts. I love the arts. But we have bigger problems that we have to solve in this city. So just like the other speakers said, every dime should go to the processing this new water plant, this new fire station we need for our fire women and men. Every dime. Another thing, Mr. McCoy, you stated that it sounded like it might be a shakedown. I don't think the port commissioners, I don't think Mr. Evans, I don't think this council would think this was a shakedown. They came to the city offering this money. Mr. Evans certainly didn't go to them. So I think that when you make comments like that, it doesn't help the situation at all in the city of Riviera Beach. You all need to come aboard and help assist Mr. Evans, in taking care of the entire city. That's what his goal is, to take care of each and every one of us. And also about these community benefits, I think each and every one of you all should dedicate some part of that money and put it for the water plant, the fire station. And I'm gonna keep talking about this because I've talked about this before, that you all should, that is basically our money. So put it for everybody, for the welfare of this water. Very precious. Another thing, I want to, my condolence goes out to Mrs. Gwen Oates. She lost her dear grandmother. Her grandmother was a part of Lindsay Davis. I was able to meet her. What a wonderful woman she is. She always said, "Dear, how you doing? Did you sleep well? How you feeling today?" So I know the type of precious person she was, and I know Mrs. Gwen Oates loved her dearly. And I want to thank Ms. Gwen Oates, Mrs. Alice Williams, and Mr. Blankenship for the things that they do for the seniors in Riviera Beach. So let's get on the board here. Mr. Lawson and Mr. McCoy, and we need to work together to get this water plant and this fire station
Yes, ma'am.
up.
Thank you
I
so
thank
much.
you very much.
Thank you.
Brenda Brown.
Good evening, all. My name is Ms. Brown. I too would like to address this water situation. It is continuing to bellow. I'm going to digress back to 2009. I've been to Riviera Beach for quite some time now. You guys raised our water bills. You didn't send anything out to any of the residents. Any city or municipality or utility company, if you're going to raise your rates for your residents or people in the city, you need to give them notice. Our bills, well, my bill started out being $35 a month, and I live in a gated community. Now my water bill has tripled, almost quadrupled. How can that be? I'm never at home. It's only 3 people in my house. We're gone all day. So I don't understand why this is still an issue and why we're just letting it just anchor. Something has to be done about this. And as you all know, there's other situations going on in other cities with this water. Now, I know that if you really wanted to get this did, instead of just saying, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. I do understand that the budget and what you have and the money that you got for that is kind of like in sectors, and you're doing this and you're doing that. But this situation is not going to get any better if we don't do anything about it. And then another thing that I noticed, like in the mornings, during rush hour, okay? I mean, rush hour in the morning is usually, 7 to 9 or 6 to 8 or whatever. I guess it depends on where you live. But sometimes in the morning, the railroad tracks, it's like the trains are constantly coming and you can't get by and stuff like that, even when you leave on time. So, like I say, there's a lot of things that need to be did, and by our water bills continue to escalate, something has to be did about that, and you're not informing the residents why it's escalating with the fact that the water is the entire situation. The water treatment is still pending. So, we need to do better. We need to really do something about this. Instead of talking about it, we need to be about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, that concludes our public comment.
Thank you so much for the public for those comments. Mr. Evans, could you address some of those comments that were made by the residents?
Certainly, Madam Chair. I was going to start with Mr. Williams. I think he left, but that's such a great accomplishment, and we're certainly proud of what he was able to accomplish, and I was going to invite him to go out riding with our law enforcement team and maybe challenge them to a friendly race. Nonetheless, we'll reach out to him and make sure he gets the information. With regards to a couple of the items that were communicated by members of the community, with respect to Good Marks Park and the lights being out, I'll have Director Blankenship take a look at that this evening and see if there's anything that we can do to get that resolved. If there are some lights out, we can certainly get that remedied. As it relates to the speed bumps at the park, we can do some research and have the city engineer take a look at if they're appropriately placed, and if in fact the speed bumps were an afterthought or they were there before the park was constructed, we can make the appropriate modifications to address that, because we certainly don't want a situation whereby you can have a pedestrian and vehicular incident. The city is actively moving forward in regards to a solicitation document for the new water treatment plant. The projected cost for that is anywhere between $100 million to $150 million. Our intent is to release the solicitation document at the beginning of next week. That is a monumental step towards getting the water quality that we are looking forward to receiving in hopefully 36 months. With respect to the water bills, one of the things that we constantly hear persons have issue with is the amount of the water bill and why the water bills increasingly go up. There's a couple of reasons, but primarily most of the costs are associated with debt issuance that municipal governments have to go out to make infrastructure improvements, and the other side of it is the cost for operating. Every commodity, every good, every service that we acquire goes up in cost. So invariably, if the cost to produce and treat the water goes up and you have an aging, archaic asset, it provides for significant challenges, and this board has been the board that has invested the most money in the water plant in probably a generation, and will be the board that will move forward with ultimately bringing a new water treatment plant online. So we will be willing to have the conversation and discussion with any persons in the community or in convening a meeting to talk about the rate and what is incorporated in the rate. One of the largest fees that you have in the rate is the actual availability fee, and that's a fixed charge. And that fixed charge is usually levied when a utility district or a utility is constructed, and that is the fee that is apportioned to all the members of the community, all the connections, to make sure that one generation doesn't foot the bill for the entire investment. So when we move forward with a new water treatment plant, realize that there is some fees associated with that, and there is revenue that the city would have to collect to be able to pay back the debt issuance. But we're looking at innovative and creative ways to help minimize the impact to the ratepayers. We are hearing conversations that are occurring both on the both sides of the aisle in Washington, and it looks like utilities as well as water and wastewater incorporated in that is a priority by the administration as well as both parties. So we're hopeful that something may come out of Washington, D.C. that addresses some of the infrastructure. I did have a conversation with Senator Powell about the opportunity to receive funds from the supplemental list. The state of Florida did very well this year, and so there is some monies that's available, so we are going to go after some other projects. So we may have some additional appropriations that are coming to our community, but we'll work through that. With respect to the sewer system, as stated, the sewer system is a portion of the infrastructure operations. There is some sewer improvements that invariably are going to happen as infrastructure ages. We have a program whereby we try to be as much proactive as possible, but there is no cross-contamination between the sewer and the potable water supply. If that was the case, we'd be the first ones to let the community know, but there is no cross-contamination with regards to that. And the city does not treat the sewer. Our infrastructure is what takes the sewer to the ECR, and that's where the treatment is provided. So it's not handled by the city of Riviera Beach. As it relates to the playground is going to be relocated when we look to have discussions with the board and bring you the site plan for the Fire Station 87. So when we look to do that relocation, there's some other amenities and things that we can do to improve that particular condition. As it relates to funds that are available for home improvements or grants, that's something that we do want to discuss with the board and see if there is an appetite to emulate some of the programs that are available at the CRA to have it on the city side. So we are having that conversation internally and look to have a more robust discussion with the board as part of your budget program. So you can definitely see if there's some things that you want to bring to life on the city side similar to that of the CRA. As it relates to the trains, we've had the conversation about that. In the perfect world, certainly we would not want the trains to impact our community as much as they do, but unfortunately we have, or fortunately, depends on your perspective, we do have a lot of cargo that comes in to our community and goes to the Port of Palm Beach that does over $7 or $8 billion worth of import-export business with the Bahamas. So you are going to have that influx of train traffic. The time in which those trains, that's outside of our purview, and that's one of the most challenging endeavors that we're going to try to see if there's some type of reasonable accommodations that can be made. And I believe that completes the comments that were communicated by the public, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, sir, for that response. Madam Clerk, our next item.
Madam Chair, members of the board. Madam Chair, I believe you stated that you were going to go back to the water quality presentation.
Oh, yes, I did. I'm sorry, Mayor. I did not mean to cut you off. I just wanted to make sure that we got the public comment in, so you can have the floor.
I just had a question, and Ms. Evans answered one of them. It was 100 million to 150, because I think Councilman Lawson asked that question. Are we going to private-public partnership with the water utility district?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
We are looking at that opportunity, so it would be a design, build, finance, similar to that, what's being considered for Fire Station 88. So we are looking at that opportunity.
So you said 36 months.
Yes, sir.
And I know a lot of planning has to go in, so it can't be fast-tracked.
That is the fastest we can probably look to deliver that. However, we believe, and when we do have some subsequent budget conversations with the board, that we can conceivably have some activity, some construction activities on that site within the year. So we can start having some incremental progress on that. But some of the permitting process, all that stuff will be going concurrently. Actually, we've started some of that project, started the part of the process already.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions? I know that I cut the presentation short for the board to accommodate for public comment. Did any of you have any more comments for the presentation, the water presentation prior?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Anderson.
I just wanted to just add to my comment for those who may not have been aware of what took place in 2016. Please go back and just Google Riviera Beach water, and you will come up with a litany of articles that took place so that people can understand the seriousness of what was going on and things that were being hidden from the public. So I just want people to really understand there is a difference in what's going on now versus what was taking place before. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Madam Chair, one of the things after our conversations with the mayor, we are going to revamp our utility district website. We're going to have every presentation we've made to the board or at a civic agency. We're going to have those presentations that are going to be downloadable. We're going to be putting more information on the water quality stats. We're going to be putting information concerning, if somebody just moves to the area and asks questions about the water, we're going to have kind of a fact sheet and things that folks can be able to grab, as well as the progress as it relates to our capital projects campaign. And then we're also going to provide the elected officials with kind of a cheat sheet on Utility District 101, because invariably you're going to get asked 10 to 15 questions, and we're going to provide you those answers to what some of the commonly asked questions are, so you can have that. But in the event that anyone in the community is interested in having the conversation with us or facilitating a presentation, Staff and myself will certainly make ourselves available, because at the end of the day, we want to make sure you have all the information to be assured that we're taking the steps to move this particular issue forward. And nobody wants to have to deal with some of the challenges that other municipalities have, but we are trying to accelerate and move as quickly as we possibly can to bring this plant out of the ground.
Madam Chair,
Thank you so much. Yes, go ahead.
I have a question for Mr. Evans. Will the information you put on the web include information about when the pipes will be replaced? That issue came up at the town hall meeting, and I want to be sure that people understand that not only are we going to build a new water treatment plant, but also the pipes, the whole system. We're looking at the entire system, so it would be good if that kind of information were put on the website as well, if you could.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Certainly, we can put some information as it relates to our repair and maintenance program, and then our reconstruction program related the distribution lines and the like. So that's something that we certainly realize that that's part of the process, and we will communicate that with the public when we're moving through that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, members of the
Madam
board.
Chair.
Sorry, you had a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Evans, for clarity, you said that the RFQ would be released within 1 to 2 weeks.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
The intent is for the document to go out the first part of next week.
Okay. And the timeline for that water plant of 36 months you stated would be completion and finalized new water plant, or is that going to be the beginning construction of water plant?
In the 36-month period?
Yes, yes, sir.
We'd like to be completed with construction in 36 months.
And how quickly can we get funding streams and options for funding this water plant, and then also additional income revenue for the city to cover the cost of this water plant? When can we talk about the financing options?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
We are going to be having that discussion with the board about utilizing some of the monies that have been provided from the federal government as seed capital for the purposes of the project. Additionally, as it relates to going out to the bond market, that's something that the finance director and I can provide you with a more robust conversation as part of our budget discussions on June 12th, because there are some things that the city would have to do in the event that we're going to go out for a bond issuance. But we are looking at some other revenue or some other streams of pots of money through the state as well as through the federal government that can conceivably look to reduce the burden, as well as the design, build, finance option that would be discussed. But all those particular options and what is necessary to facilitate that is anticipated to be part of your budget conversations that will happen here in the next month.
Perfect. The $2 trillion American infrastructure plan that's being rolled out with a lot of the dollars that's coming down the pipeline. I think we will have the money to get started and to begin this project immediately. I like the aggressive approach of 36 months to get us, our residents, a brand new water plant. And I'm very appreciative of the work that you and Ms. Jacobs has done. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Very good. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're now on to item number 10, ordinance number 4166, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 31, zoning, Article 5, IG, General Industrial District, Section 31-383, parent 2, by adding a new subsection A, increasing the maximum allowable building height in the central area of the port from 50 feet to 150 feet, and defining the central area of the port as, quote, that area bordered by Westport Road and Broadway Avenue E and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, providing for conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, at this time, I'd like to have the Development Services Director, Mr. Clarence Sermon, make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Sermon.
Good evening, Madam Chair.
Good evening.
Members of the council. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, Madam Attorney, and Mr. Manager. I am Clarence Sermons, Director of Development Services, and I am before you this evening to present the items related to Florida Sunstar Logistics.
Madam Chair, are you all having, is it his microphone, but it's really staticky?
Okay, we'll try and fix that. Maybe bring it down a little bit further from you. Yeah.
Yes. The previous presentation was the correct one. So as you are aware, this item is related to Florida Sunstar Logistics. They have two applications that are for consideration for council this evening. The first is the second hearing for the text amendment they have requested for their related zone district, and the second is for site plan approval. My presentation will cover both items, and of course the vote would be separate. These are the site plan numbers under consideration today. So before you again is the image of the affected area, which is hashed in pink. This is the affected area for the proposed text amendment for the ordinance before you. The area outlined in red is the subject area for the site plan proposal before you. It's located within the Port of Palm Beach between Avenue E and Broadway on the east and west, and Port Road Drive and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard to the south and north. Again, the text amendment before you today for consideration is an application for the approval to increase the maximum building height from 50 to 150 feet on approximately 17.75 acres of land at the port in the center of the IG, or General Industrial Zoning District. This request comes from a desire to facilitate and expand the opportunities for future growth and economic development of the Port of Palm Beach, and allow for the construction of a 150-foot high material storage structure by Florida Sunstar Logistics. For context, staff has highlighted other structures in the area that are at similar heights. They include the FPL stacks at their plant, the CMIX silos right on the other side of Broadway from this proposed site. Some of the light poles also at the site are at 110 feet in height. The increased height area is a portion of the overall zoning district and would not apply to the entire port boundaries. The site plan associated with this proposed development include a 12,271 square foot, 150-foot tall cement material storage dome, a one-story, 2,080 square foot office building, a 2,568 square foot mechanical equipment building, and then associated parking for the project. And some items just for clarification. The material storage dome is to store dry materials used to create concrete. The materials in concrete include stone, sand, and cement. The tank cannot be used to store liquids. This is not a batch plant, and the closest Riviera Beach resident is 1,400 feet away approximately. Again, in red is the area outlined for the proposed site plan. This is a picture of the proposed site plan. Additionally, at the urging of staff, the applicant considered the aesthetics of the proposed structure at this site, and as a result of those conversations, they created the renderings that are on the subsequent slides. Two designs are before you for consideration this evening. The Planning and Zoning Board requested that a second be presented to council for your consideration. This is the first rendering of the dome and the original. It has the city of Riviera Beach at the top on both sides, so traffic heading north or south can see the city, and it would also serve as a sort of beacon for an entryway into the city for those heading north on Broadway, and it has an aquatic design featuring dolphins at the bottom. The second rendering, option 2, which was generated subsequent to the Planning and Zoning Board meeting, includes the mural at a higher level on the dome and additional aquatic life at the bottom of the dome. It is also illuminated at the top in the evenings. For the record, staff does recommend the second rendering for approval. Here's a section of the flyover bridge next to the proposed dome structure and the buildings for the site. And on the subsequent slides are the conditions for the site plan before you for consideration. First, that construction must be initiated within 18 months of the effective date of this resolution, or it shall be null and void. 2, City Council authorizes staff to approve future amendments to this site plan administratively, so long as they do not deviate more than 5% from what is being presented before you tonight. 3, this development must receive a final certificate of occupancy within 5 years, or this resolution shall be deemed null and void. 4, all future advertising must state that the development is located within the city of Riviera Beach. Next, once approved, this resolution shall supersede any previous site plan approval resolutions associated with this property. 6, the concurrently processed ordinance associated with the increase in the allowable structure maximum height for the zoning district must be approved before the site plan. 7, the applicant shall provide a check payable to the city of Riviera Beach for not less than $45,285.15 for landscape improvements in the city prior to the issuance of a building permit. And I'll pause here. In response to comments made by the board at first hearing, this alternative language on the screen before you is being proposed for consideration. The applicant shall expend not less than $45,285.15 for the landscape/beautification improvements as part of the beautification of the Port of Palm Beach Gateway and Bridge within 12 months of issuance of a certificate of occupancy in order to satisfy the landscaping requirement associated with this project. Staff worked with the applicant on this amended language, and they are in agreement with it. So if a member of the board would like to amend the language in the ordinance to reflect this for item number 7, this language has been presented for that purpose if it's the desire of the board. 8, the applicant shall consider partnering with the city as possible to identify opportunities to provide outreach and support to local residents, including but not limited to programs such as the Youth Empowerment Program, the Reentry Center, or the establishment of a charitable foundation. Next, the applicant shall actively advertise employment opportunities for temporary and permanent positions within the city of Riviera Beach, including participation at community job fairs or hosting specialized recruitment events. The developer shall provide a report to the Development Services Department at 6 months post-occupancy, documenting the outreach efforts to acquire local employees, the number of local employees hired, the number of local businesses contracted with, subject to employment and privacy laws, and the percentage of construction costs expended with local vendors. Florida Sunstar Logistics shall participate in efforts to enhance and beautify the bridge and southern gateway to the city by working with the city and other partners to provide a conceptual design for the beautification of the gateway and bridge to the city of Riviera Beach. Florida Sunstar Logistics shall deliver the conceptual bridge and gateway beautification design to the city prior to the issuance of a building permit. And the final design of the mural on the dome structure shall be to the satisfaction of City Council and installed prior to the issuance of certificate of occupancy. Staff recommends approval of this amendment to the zoning code of this district to increase the height and allow this project only limited to the area itemized on the picture earlier. And finally, staff recommends approval of the site plan associated with this text amendment. That includes the staff's presentation. The applicant is present and available to answer any questions that there may be.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board in regards to this item? Very good. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're now on to item number 15. As staff did request that this item be heard after item number 10.
Yes.
Resolution number 47-21, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, approving an application from Florida Sunstar Logistics LLC requesting site plan amendment approval to allow for the construction of an industrial cement storage tank as well as an accessory office and equipment building on an approximate 3.97 acre area of the Port of Palm Beach, identified by parcel control number 5643-4233-290000020, providing for conditions of approval and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have any public comments on this item. The acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to approve this item?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I would just ask that council specifies whether they prefer it rendering 1 or 2, as well as the original.
For this
or
past
alternate.
item?
For the current site plan?
The current item that's before us right now?
Correct.
Okay.
So I move to approve this item and accept the recommendation of staff that we go with option number 2.
Can we get a second?
Second.
Very good. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, if I can have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermon, present this item.
Good evening again, and there is nothing additional from the previous presentation.
All right, very good. Any questions from the board in regards to this item?
So, Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
so, Member Botel, the recommendation of the proposed language to the site plan, Mr. Sermons, can you put that back up? To section 2,
Yes.
number 1? The condition that you referenced.
Yes, 1 second. I believe the PowerPoint was minimized.
And while he's doing that, Madam Chair, so Board Member Botel, I was going to see if you would be willing to accept the amendment that's been proposed in lieu of the check payable, that the applicant would expend $45,285 for landscaping and beautifications instead of providing a check to the city.
I'm sorry, could you state the modification you want?
There it is
again?
right there.
Uh-huh. Oh, so you're saying that we need to say that that alternate language is what's part of the,
We need to amend the resolution to include that language. That's what I'm asking.
okay,
Instead of accepting a check, have the applicant to perform the landscape improvements at the port or at the entrance of the port.
okay, that's what, please note that that's what the motion is.
Madam Chair,
Yes, go ahead.
can you put that back up for a minute, the alternate language?
Explain this to the audience, Mr. Sermons.
Yes, ma'am. So in response to comments at the first hearing of this item, staff drafted this language to state that the applicant would directly make the installation of the off-site improvements in lieu of installing that landscaping or meeting those landscaping requirements on site, because it's pretty certain that they would not serve their purpose or the landscaping would not survive on the site, being that it's in the middle of the port industrial area. So instead of them giving those funds directly to the city for installation off-site, they would be installed by the applicants within 12 months of certificate of occupancy for this project, and they would be connected to the gateway bridge or the flyover bridge of the port.
Why did we change it from the original language?
So currently, the resolution still contains the original language. This alternative language is being presented in case it is preferred over the original language, but until the motion was made, the materials provided by staff still read as they did at the first hearing.
I hear your motion for amendment, Mr. McCoy, but I do not agree with changing the original language that was a part of the agreement and a part of the presentation from the last time. I don't have any problem with the city providing the landscape services. What I do have a problem with is the language that you used the last time in terms of shakedown. That is not acceptable to say in a forum in which we are trying to do business with an entity. They are making good faith effort to say, listen, we're coming to do business in your city, and we want to be able to, provide landscaping so that, where we are, what we're doing. We require landscaping for any developer that comes to this city, for the most part. When they expanded the Solatron or the public storage in that area, we forced them to come back twice with additional landscaping. If you feel differently from that, that is fine, but to say shakedown, that's unacceptable, because the city is not shaking down anyone to be able to do business. Shakedown means that we have provided a threat to someone to take money from them. That is the definition of shakedown. So maybe you could have used a different terminology, maybe you could have said it differently, but that particular language is unacceptable when we're trying to do business with entities who are coming to the city. And it was offensive, I felt, especially for the entity and for myself, to be accused of such a heinous act in doing business with the city. If you want to propose an amendment for that alternative language, of course you can. You get a second, that's what it is. But I just wanted to be clear about the original language that is there. I'm okay with it. I'm only one person. It comes up for a vote. That's how we move forward.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Botel.
I have a question. What would the nature of the landscape and beautification improvements be to the Port of Palm Beach Gateway and the bridge? I'm trying to picture what you could possibly do to the bridge to make it more beautiful. Have you discussed that with the team, the development team?
Yes, we have, and this is related to the latter condition of this resolution, in which the applicant has agreed to provide a conceptual design of what that bridge can look like. As you know, at the base of the bridge, as you are exiting the city of West Palm Beach heading north, there is a sign stating, "Welcome to the city of Riviera Beach." That is an area that could use some additional attention, but the bridge itself only has structural considerations in how it exists today, but it could be aesthetic considerations in addition to that, such as the ornamentation on the Blue Heron Bridge. The applicant is going to create a rendering, a conceptual design of what that bridge could look like. And they, with the funds for this condition, they will pay or install the first $45,000 worth of improvements on that bridge based on the design that they will separately be developing for it.
Yes. Yes. Councilman Lawson, you can go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sermons, you said that the applicant would provide a rendering if this is the language that was selected? Or is there a rendering available, or is this just an idea that they're going to present? Because right now, to change the language and to allow for them to handle the operations without a render or an idea of what they're doing, I'd rather put it in the staff's hands of Mr. Evans, with him giving us a proposed plan of what we're going to do with the landscaping. So I don't really have an idea of what it would look like. That's my concern currently, before changing the language.
Correct. So again, this is item 10, and they are required to provide that rendering to us before they get their building permit for the site. So before it's under construction, they would have provided that conceptual design, and at that time, we can return to council to discuss the acceptability of it, or if it needs to be revisited.
The concern I have, Mr. Sermons, is that we had to accept a conceptual design for the mural of the building prior to passing the site plan. So I would expect the same thing prior to removing the funds from the city and leaving it with the applicant. I would want to actually see a conceptual design to give an idea of what we would be voting on. So as of currently stated, I would actually like a plan and procedure of what we're going to do what the landscaping is going to actually entail for beautification if we left the language as is, currently seated, so that we can see that and make sure that we're moving forward with the correct plan. But I'd rather leave it in the hands of the city versus an idea that we don't have any really influence and we just have to approve based upon what they provide renderings for, so we can give staff more direction as to what we expect with that spending for the landscaping and kind of give them an idea of, Mr. Evans, of what they need to do.
Very good. Dr. Botel?
Madam Chair, so what I'm thinking as I think about this, if we leave the language as it was, we could set aside the amount. Go to the next slide, would you please? Sorry. No, the one with the, yeah, thank you. If we have the $45,285.15 in hand, then if we wanted to do improvements on the bridge, the city could, the staff and the city, we could decide what those improvements would be with that money. Or if we wanted to use the money in some other way in the city, we could make that decision. So it kind of does make sense to me now that I think about it, to leave that money in the hands of staff rather than allowing the developers to do it. And I frankly don't think the developers care one way or the other as long as they get this passed tonight. So do we need to take a vote on whether or not we want the language to be changed?
I don't think so. I think that what the presentation is with the original language, that was just offered as an alternative to the language.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go
to the
ahead.
board. The motion that's currently on the floor was made by Councilperson Botel and seconded by Councilperson McCoy, and it was to select option 2 as the pick for the picture.
Right.
And and at the time when the motion was made, the resolution was as presented.
Right.
However, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilperson McCoy asked Ms. Botel to select the alternative language, which she agreed to.
Right.
So the motion that's currently on the floor is for option number 2, which is picture number 2, as well as the alternate language. What you all will have to do now is either do an amended motion or vote the motion that's currently on the floor down and then offer a separate motion.
Which could be Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Which could be very confusing. So what I will do is exercise the right of any woman and change my mind and say that I don't accept the amendment that Mr. McCoy proffered. And so in order to make that right, I will, can I at this point say that I don't accept Mr. McCoy's amendment?
Madam Chair.
Wait, hold on a second. Let's get this straight first.
I want an answer.
Madam Clerk.
Okay, so you now do not want to accept the alternate language?
Yes, that's
You wanted
correct.
the language?
The original language.
Then what I would suggest, and Ms. Nguyen, correct me if I'm wrong, is that you amend your motion to state that you want the original
Okay,
language.
so I amend my motion to state that I want the original language, option 2 for the design of the facility, but with the original language with regard to the beautification dollars.
Second.
Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So if I can offer some context, I was looking to see if there was going to be some direction by Mr. Sermons, but specifically what we were presented with 2 weeks ago, which I believe was kind of premature, but it suggested that as a condition, and I had some particular concerns with the word conditions because you can not agree with it, but we can't accept money in lieu of fulfilling our code requirements. If that's what the code requires, then we can't take money and then divert it elsewhere. So that's why I asked legal if there was another option, and this is what the alternative language came up with. So it's not that I'm exactly in opposition of it, but I specifically, asked the question that it does give the appearance.
It does not, but go ahead,
Can I
sir.
finish? It does give the appearance that if the code requires landscaping, but we tell an applicant you don't need to provide landscaping, instead give us $45,000 and we'll divert it elsewhere outside of the project, I believe that does give that appearance. And, that is my opinion. And I did find exact language in the Code of Ethics that speak to it. So, I would very much caution you, board members, but that is prohibited.
Thank you for your comment, sir, and I have to disagree with you in terms of the appearance of. Number one, we understand what the intent is of this agency, of this organization coming to the city to be able to do business with us. You feel that it's a condition or that we are taking money in lieu of something else. That is not the case here, and I want to emphatically state that that is not the case here. Now, we have a motion on the floor and we have a second. Are there any other discussions in regards to this item? Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy? Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we are now on to item number 11. Ordinance number 4163, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending Chapter 22 of the city's Code of Ordinances entitled Buildings and Building Regulations, Article 2, Building and Technical Codes, Section 22-37 through 22-60, quote, reserved, by adopting by reference a new property maintenance code entitled, quote, Riviera Beach Property Maintenance Code, providing for conflict, severability, and codification, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have a public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment is now closed.
Thank you. Can we have a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Very good. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'd like for the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermon, to make this presentation.
Good evening again, Madam Chair, Council, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, and Madam Attorney. There have been no significant changes in this since the first presentation, other than an update in the Property Maintenance Code document with some items on the table of contents, some minor edits that were made to it. Otherwise, there are no changes from the first hearing.
Thank you. Are there any questions in regards to this item? Very good. Madam Clerk?
Mary Bram.
This Mayor Bram, Riviera Beach. Thank you, Mr. Sermon, for bringing this city to the level of addressing the code compliances that we need in this city.
We can hear you real loud and clear now, Ms. Brown. Go ahead.
The property maintenance is up to each municipality to maintain their codes. I have ridden around this city along with another management team, and they asked Ms. Brown to ride around your city and show me your city. And we did this. And we rode around, and the properties was, some of the properties was totally in disarray. Trash, papers, cans, all in the yards and stuff. Who are we? What are we? We don't look like our yards, so why should we maintain our properties in the way that we look? So this particular code investment, I call it an investment, because it tells us right here. If you read the backup, see Ms. Bram has the backup. And I'm going to share something with the general public. Since the FBC does not contain a property maintenance code or standard, it is up to each municipality to adopt their own property maintenance codes. Long overdue for the city of Riviera Beach. Our code enforcers need every tool that they can get in their arsenal to address the needs of the city of Riviera Beach. We are not going backward. We are moving forward. And the way that we need to move forward is to not do business the way that we used to do business. We have to set standards. We have to rise to the occasion to meet where we live and how we live now in this age of century. Because COVID has devastated the global landscape. Everything is different now. So we must live and we must govern and we must build up the way that we should build up now. This is all about not just Riviera Beach, but just all over the other municipalities and cities, that they are taking these approaches.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you.
Wow. That was a little, thank you so much. Are there any other questions in regards to this item? Thank you, Ms. Graham. Very good.
Yes.
Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Oh, you have one?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
So, Mr. Simmons, I'm curious as to is the guide going to be changed administratively, or does that then have to be done by us as a board?
It would have to be done by the board, just like with our building code for the city. Every time it's updated, we have to bring it to, every time the amendments to the Florida Building Code that we adopt locally, anytime we want to change or update them, we have to bring it to the board, and we would have to do the same with this document. So it would move through our system just like the Florida Building Code.
Okay. So I guess in drafting this, I just see some minor technical things that's within it. Obviously, I mean, not too far from the first page, but there are several instances within the guide that I think need some technical or maybe even punctuation and grammatical corrections. I mean, are we going to, I guess, fine tune that, or? I mean, what happens is 58 pages. I mean, we're basically adopting a 58-page manual, and that's why I asked the question, will it come back to us, or is this something that can be done administratively? Because, you know, I guess, and clarify, my understanding was that when we adopt this, we were adopting a guide and not specifically adopting this guide. Is that?
The way we have constructed this item is that the ordinance that is approved will add language to the city codes stating that we are adopting the Riviera Beach Property Maintenance Code. That code is a separate document from what will be in Muni Code or in our code language. But I would defer to, I think, legal and the clerk to that question as to whether we can update the associated manual after the ordinance is adopted.
Okay.
Can someone answer that, Madam Chair?
Mr. Sherman didn't answer the question for you?
No, he said he's going to defer to legal.
Okay, legal?
Ms. Busby's on her way.
Ms. Busby?
Good evening, Chair.
Good evening.
Members of the board and Mayor. No, you are, with this ordinance, you are adopting that manual, and changes to the manual can be made without it going before the city council.
Okay, that's exactly, I would prefer that, because there are some things that I think needs to be addressed administratively. Have we established a process on how that's done? Because if this is not going to be codified in Muni Code, I mean, I don't want somebody to basically come in and say that their property in their belief is within the property maintenance code, and then the document can be changed arbitrarily without, you know, it having any kind of review process. How is that going to be amended if and when that happens?
For the property maintenance codes, there's a regular cycle of updating them just like the building codes. So we expect every several years to bring it back before the council to make any necessary updates.
I'm speaking of the actual guide, the one.
Mr. Councilman McCoy, could he please finish? Go ahead, sir.
But So the actual guide, yes, we intend to bring back before this board every several years as updates need to be made. But as was just advised, if there are some minor or technical typos or anything like that that are observed, we would absolutely update those before this is published. And again, subsequent updates to the document would come back before the board, just as we did with the Chapter 1 of the Florida Building Code for our local provisions.
Follow-up.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, I'm not sure that was the same thing that she explained. She said administratively it would be changed. I mean, to what extent are we authorizing you by approving this order to administratively change the guide? And perhaps that's a Ms. Busby question?
Yeah,
Ms. Busby?
thank you, Chair. If I can address your concerns. So it will not be administratively changed from the form that it's in now unless it goes to the City Council. And most cities, it's pretty standard to go before for updates every 3 to 6 years. I don't think ours has been updated since 2004, if you could correct me, Mr. Sermons.
Okay.
All right, very good. Are there any other questions in regards to this item?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Section 108.1.5. Let me find it again, please. Just 1 minute. 108.1.5 refers to unsafe structures. First, let me ask, what are the remedies that we have as a city when we have an unsafe structure? Do we have the ability to go in and remove that structure? What's the remedy when we find something like that?
If I may, for this question, I would turn the floor over to our building official, Mr. Michael Grimm, to address that question.
Thank you.
Mr. What's his name?
Grimm.
Graham?
Grimm, G-R.
Grimm. Welcome, Mr. Grimm. Retail.
Thank you. My name is Michael Grimm. I'm the building official. Our current city code does have a section for how to deal with unsafe structures that's laid out very well, and we will continue to use that process.
What is the process?
Well, I have to go ahead and determine that it is unsafe. Similar to, we just had a fire, and if I agree with the city engineer that it's an imminent danger, we get to eliminate using a lot of the safeguards, but during normal unsafe structures, I have to give notice, and then there would be a hearing to take it before the special magistrate and get an order that I can abate an unsafe structure.
Okay. So section 108.1.5 refers to dangerous structures on premises, and it refers to any portion of a building structure or appurtenance that has been damaged by fire, earthquake, wind, flood deterioration, neglect, abandonment, vandalism, or by any other cause to such an extent that it is likely to or partially or completely collapse or to become detached or dislodged. Does that have to be a structure that is something in which one lives, or could that be a fence?
It could be, there's unsafe structures and there's also unsafe equipment. So a structure is not necessarily something that's lived in. It could be something different.
Okay. So if a fence has fallen down and is perceived to be a danger to the community, it could be dealt with in the same way as you just referred to.
It could be, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for this item before us? Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're now down to item number 12. Ordinance number 4164, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, amending Chapter 11, nuisances, by creating a new Article 7 to be entitled Chronic Nuisance Property, establishing a procedure to address properties that chronically overburden the police department and code compliance division with nuisance activities, providing for conflicts and severability, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do have a public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed.
Motion, go ahead. She said so moved. Second?
Second.
Very good. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, at this time I'd like for our police chief and Nathan Osgood to make this presentation in collaboration with Ms. Christy Godot and Director Clarence Sermons.
Madam Clerk, you said we had a public comment for this?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, go ahead with the public comment first.
Mary Bram.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Typically, we let them do the presentation first and then.
Okay, you want to do that? That's fine. We can do it that way. Yes, we'll wait until after the presentation, Ms. Bram, and then you can make your comments. All right, go ahead. You can come back up. Thank you. Mr. Osgood, go ahead, please. Chief Osgood, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair, Pro Tem, Mayor. I'm Chief Osgood, and we have Ms. Christie go here, and she's going to go over chronic nuisance abatement, and I'm here for any questions afterwards.
Thank you. Are there any questions in regards to this item? Do you have a presentation, or are you just here for questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just here to speak about an overview of the process, if desired.
Okay. You want to hear that, board?
I want to hear, excuse me, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to hear in particular the resolution. What happens if something is determined to be a chronic nuisance? What is the city able to do?
You want to address that?
Yes, thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Christy Gatto. I'm with Torsivia Dunlin, Gatto, and Rubin, an outside law firm that represents the city. I've had the pleasure of working with the chief and his staff on this ordinance, along with Cheryl Bostic from Code Compliance, because this chronic nuisance ordinance addresses two issues: chronic nuisance calls to the police department in properties that have gone through the code enforcement process who have not brought their property into compliance after an order by the special magistrate. To answer Dr. Potel's question, what happens through this process is if there is a declaration that a property is a chronic nuisance, and that declaration is upheld by the special magistrate, if there's an appeal, what that triggers is it allows the city to do essentially two things. First, if there is a nuisance issue at the property that the city could abate through some type of environmental improvement on the property, the magistrate can authorize the city to take that issue, take care of that issue. It also triggers the city the ability to go after the city's costs through the entire process. And for the police department, that is really essential, because the way we've set this up is if this is a property that's constantly calling for nuisance activity at the property, and that nuisance activity is not abated, then future calls to the police department for such nuisance activities, we can start assessing them for those additional calls for nuisance activity. And that's sort of the hammer that this ordinance has. And as Dr. Patel may have recognized, a lot of cities have these types of ordinance, but they don't really have a hammer if there's not voluntary compliance. And so what we've developed in working with the police department is to try to put something in place that if we don't get the cooperation of the property owners, there is something there that we can go after.
Very good. Thank you.
Question?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Godot, I was specifically concerned with a couple portions in here, and perhaps you can help me. This provides that the formal rules of evidence shall not apply, and I've seen that similar to several other codes. I think Boca, West Palm, and then now what we have here. What rules would apply in a hearing that a person is brought before in section 2-334? What are the actual rules?
Okay, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. McCoy, that's a great question, and we've set this up, like many other cities, as you recognize, have done so, to set it up as a quasi-judicial hearing that goes before the special magistrate. And just like code compliance, it's no formal rules of evidence, it's informal rules of evidence, but what the special magistrate and what the city has to ensure is that each property owner receives the due process. And what that requires is notice of the issue, in this case, the chronic nuisance, and an opportunity for them to challenge those notices and to challenge what services the city is seeking to impose to abate the chronic nuisance. And the rules for the magistrate hearing are set forth in the ordinance to ensure that due process is afforded to every property owner, just like what is done through the code and compliance process and through the other process that the police department uses for nuisance abatement, typically for drug offenses.
Follow up.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So this ordinance, along with the next ordinance, I guess I've seen some items that were different in that one ordinance provided for constructive service, and the definition of constructive service was really unusual. I think it said something in not this ordinance, but the next ordinance that was really unusual that I've never seen, and I wanted to understand why is there a difference in the two processes as far as there is a requirement of certified mail, but then I can just jump to it, but it just doesn't seem consistent across the two different ordinances. But let me jump right back to it. But it gave something really innocuous, like you could, if a person missed the 15 days of collecting it, you can then, or you say if the person is believed to have known that there is a chronic violation. And I'm saying to myself, there is genuinely an opportunity for a person not to receive a notice. And I said this to the manager today. So often we get these calls that there's a lien on my property that I had no idea. And when they go back and they look at the records, there is no, for whatever reason, record that this was actually provided to them certified mail. Now, what I don't want to do is continue to go down that road of making it easier for somebody to say, well, they should have known, and under the code that constitutes constructive service. That I thought was the most, I mean, that's definitely a deprivation of a person's right when the title starts off by saying that we would like to provide due process. So I don't understand that. And there's no actual set forth time frame. So are you able to respond to that?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Respond. Mr. McCoy, the process in the chronic nuisance ordinance before you now is very similar to the process set forth for code and compliance in terms of notice. What happens is we utilize the property appraiser's office or the tax collector's office, the mailing address that's listed on their website for the property owner. If the property owner does not update that address, then you're absolutely right. The certified mailing and the regular mail that we do, because we do them both, may go to the property or another property that the property owner listed with property appraiser. If they don't update that address, you're absolutely right, those notices may not be received by the property owner. In addition to that, if certified mail is not claimed, what this ordinance requires and what is required in code compliance is what you're mentioning of constructive service, and that is where we actually post the notices at the property. So the only way the property owner is not getting these notices is if they have the wrong address with property appraisers and the tax collectors, or if they're not going to their property, or whoever is at their property is not providing the notices that are posted. And I can guarantee you that through code compliance and through chronic nuisance, there are at least 2 official notices that go out both through certified mail and regular mail, and that then get posted at the property. Those notices are also accompanied by other notices throughout the process. In chronic nuisance, the best way to do this is to send out a warning letter. If a property is getting close to being a chronic nuisance, you want to put that property owner right away and warn them you're about to become a chronic nuisance property. Just like we do in code compliance, we do notices of non-compliance, where the inspectors do inspections on a regular basis and send a notice of non-compliance. Those notices are in addition to the official notices. They're all provided through certified mail, regular mail, and then if not claimed, through posting. So yes, there is an opportunity that a property owner may not get notice because they don't have the right notice with the property appraiser's office or they don't go to their property, but we make every effort, and through this ordinance, the existing code compliance process, and the proposed code compliance ordinance to make sure that they get notice.
Thank you for that response.
Can I ask one other question?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So I found the specific section, and this is what concerns me. It says the lack of knowledge or acquiescence to participation in or responsibility for a nuisance activity on the part of the responsible party shall not be a defense to any enforcement of this article. But then, as I mentioned, it also starts off by saying fundamental due process shall be observed and shall govern these proceedings. And I would think just saying if a person should have known and because they don't know, they're still responsible, goes against the very fundamental principle of due process. And to that point, I can't support this for that reason. And the other reason that I think I'm gonna share with you at this point was this in the next ordinance basically fast tracks and reduce the second hearing requirement that again goes against the fundamental requirement of due process. So if at all possible, I want to exhaust every option before we declare or make a declaration that somebody's property is a chronic nuisance, or we begin to assess a fine or liens for that matter by the special magistrate. I just really have seen too much of a process in the city of Riviera Beach where there's not been substantiation that we actually made a legal effort to give them certified notice. So for that reason, I can't support this in this form.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. Councilwoman Botel, you had a comment?
It was very small. It's really not important. I'm looking at section 11-234, lien of police service assessments, and I just don't understand what it means when you say a perfected lien.
What that, if I may, Madam
Yes, go
Chair,
ahead.
what that means on the ordinance is the first step is to lien the property, and you would lien the property for your costs. That means recording in official records, you have a lien, and that's the perfecting your lien.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other questions in regards to this comment or this item that's before us? Hearing none, Madam Clerk.
Mary Bram.
Thank you, Ms. Christie. We finally, as homeowners in this city and property owners, we have some help on the way. To the general public, this process is used by other cities to enhance other processes and as another tool to encourage good property ownership. This is what has happened. When we say you don't get this and you keep giving chance after chance after chance, and these people do not rise to the occasion. And not only that, but this is not limited to alcohol, noise, dogs, discharging firearms, prostitution, resisting arrest, house parties, controlled substance, and other felony violations. All of this here is what we endure in our communities. And it is about time. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you that are on board here to bring us to where we need to be in addressing these critical elements that we property owners have. I'm not saying that you just come in here just to live overnight and then go and stay somewhere else. But we endure all of this residence, what I just read, in our communities. Parties, all night, dogs and stuff, all day, not on the leashes and stuff. We don't see that in other neighborhoods. So this is good, and I'm hoping that the board gets on board in bringing our code stipulations to where we need to be. It's an elimination that would help not just we as residents, but our governing board too. See, if Ms. Brown ever decide to get up in one of those seats there, and I can take either one of them, because I move all over this city here in order to make this city and bring this city where it needs to be, because it is about time. We are long overdue Thank you, staff. Ms. Bram say thank you. I see residents shaking their head too. Thank you. Because we have endured this. For you that don't live here, or maybe don't have no full investment here, quite naturally you wouldn't want these things to happen. Because maybe you got somebody that are doing these things here too. But for us all to be better, we can all be in unity, in achieving. You can have your house bodies, you can have your dogs, but maintain them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Are there any other questions in regards to this item? Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Lawson,
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy,
No.
Councilperson Botel,
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Chair Lanier.
Yes.
Madam Chair, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair, I just want to make one comment before we move on, because I wouldn't want Attorney Godot to leave before I say this. I wanted to thank her for the good work she did today on more than one occasion in supporting us and helping us. Bravo, brava to you, my dear. It was a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're now on to item number 13, ordinance number 4172, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, repealing Chapter 2, Administration, Article 4, Code Enforcement, Division 2, quote, Code Enforcement Board and Special Magistrate, creating Chapter 2, Administration, Article 4, quote, Code Enforcement, Division 2, quote, Code Compliance, providing for severability, conflicts, codification, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Second.
Very good. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I'd like to have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Clarence Sermons, make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Good evening again, Madam Chair, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, Madam Attorney. This ordinance before you today on first reading is the third and final of the 3 items that were presented 2 council meetings ago related to the clean and lean initiatives that are aimed at giving the city additional tools to address problem properties. This particular ordinance to essentially repeal and replace the code compliance section of city ordinances has been discussed for quite some time. It was initially back in 2016 that council first acknowledged and took action to address the code compliance process and the fact that it needed some adjustments and it needed to be improved. As far back as 2017, we began working on this repeal and replacement ordinance with Ms. Godot, who you just heard from, in addressing the deficiencies and the outdated practices that are built into our current ordinance. Most recently, January of 2020, the city hosted a workshop at the Lindsay Davis Center where this, among other items, was discussed and feedback was provided to staff and our legal consultants as to what you desire to see in this ordinance. But essentially, it streamlines the process. It allows staff to be more efficient in its process of gaining compliance for properties that violate our city or property standards and now our property maintenance code. So this would modernize the process, remove unnecessary steps, and allow staff to be more efficient. And again, I would like to reintroduce Ms. Christy Godot, who has been instrumental in developing this ordinance with feedback from staff. There's been a lot of versions and iterations of this, and also taking into account the feedback provided from this board previously, and we're proud to present what we've come up with today. Ms. Godot.
Thank you. You have a presentation for us?
Thank you. Yes, we do have a presentation.
Okay.
Is there a clicker? I'll grab that.
We're having some technical difficulties.
It looks like, Madam Chair.
Yes, you can go
Chair,
ahead and get started.
If I may go ahead and get
Yes,
started
please.
while they're working through the technical difficulties. As Mr. Sermons mentioned, my name is Christy Gatto. Thank you for having me here tonight to talk about this amended process. As Mr. Sermons said, the proposed ordinance is to streamline some of the processes in code compliance to make it more efficient. What I do want to point out at the outset is what this amended process is not changing. What this amended process is not changing is that code compliance will continue to work closely with property owners to encourage voluntary compliance. That's not changing, and that's never going to change. In fact, the name now has been changed to code compliance, and that's an attempt to get folks to come into voluntary compliance. Furthermore, as Mr. McCoy mentioned, it's not going to change the notice process. Code compliance will continue to send out multiple notices to try to reach property owners so that they are aware of violations on their property. As Mr. McCoy pointed out, sometimes that notice cannot reach the property owners for a variety of reasons, but code staff will continue to try to reach them all. This new process also is enhanced by the property maintenance code that you just adopted that will also allow clarity to this process so property owners have a better understanding of what their code violations are. And finally, code staff, as you know, works closely with all property owners that if they need more time to correct their violations, extensions are granted on the different timeframes that are provided for voluntary compliance. That's not changing. What is changing from your current process to the new process is really towards the end of the process. So if we go through the regular process, right now under your code, the initial process is a code inspector finds a violation at your property. He or she sends you a notice of violation to tell you what those violations are. You are then given a reasonable time to bring your property into compliance, and if you do not, the next notice you receive is a notice of non-compliance, and then a notice of hearing to go before the special magistrate. Special magistrate then determines at the first hearing whether or not you're in violation, and then the magistrate, if they find a violation, sets the fine amount. You're given a time by the magistrate to bring the property in compliance, and if you fail to do that, the fine then begins to accrue. Under your current process, then the city has to bring the case back for a second hearing to impose a lien. And this hearing will then address the fine amount, and if the fine continues to accrue, and ultimately the lien's imposed. When a lien is imposed under your current process, the lien is under the jurisdiction of the city council, whether or not that lien gets reduced. What the proposed process is really changing is everything that happens after the special magistrate finds the property owner in violation, sets the fine amount, and gives them a time to bring it into compliance. So what changes now is the order that the special magistrate will enter will tell the property owner, from the date of this order, you have 20 days to request a hearing to contest the fine amount. Now, this process was not made up by the city of Riviera Beach. It wasn't made up by other cities that use the same process. In fact, this process was a process that an appellate judge recommended in a case dealing with code enforcement, where the judge said, I think a better process, instead of having a second hearing, would be to afford the property owner the opportunity to request a second hearing and contest the fine amount. If you offer them that opportunity and they don't take advantage of it, you've provided them due process, and you can go forward with imposing the lien. So what you're seeing in the world of code compliance is where cities are picking up on what that appellate judge said and saying, hey, let's amend our process. Once the magistrate finds you in violation, you've got 20 days to contest the fine amount that the magistrate set. If you don't contest it, that's the fine amount going forward. If you don't bring the property in compliance within the time frame the magistrate gave you, this will convert to a lien. So what's important in changing this process is to also lay out a very scripted process for how you address liens. What your code of ordinance currently doesn't have is a process for lien reductions. We've been taking fine reductions before the magistrate, And every now and then, as the city council has heard a lien settlement agreement, but what's not laid out in your current code is a lien process that allows for a property owner to bring their property into compliance and they get that lien reduced. So I see that the presentation is up, so I'm going to skip forward to the amendments to this process, and these are the key amendments. The notices are not changing. However, this gives the city an option to do a joint notice of violation, notice of hearing, and that's sometimes crucial in a life safety issue where you want to get the case before a special magistrate quickly. So this code revision gives you that opportunity. This also codifies a stipulation process where if a property owner agrees their property is in violation but just needs more time to bring it into compliance, they can enter a stipulation. They don't have to come to the hearing, but they will have the time to bring it into compliance, and failing which they will agree to a fine amount. This also addresses that fine contest hearing that I mentioned that was developed by the appellate judge to allow a property owner to contest the fine amount set by a magistrate. This also codifies your administrative fee process where you assess administrative fees only in the event there's a repeat violation. The big change is to set forth in this new code process a lien reduction process. And this gives the jurisdiction, the magistrate, the jurisdiction over all code enforcement liens. It's a scripted process, and I don't want to get into too much detail because I have a slide that sort of lays out a straightforward couple examples to understand how this works. But the goal of this is to make liens, the amount of a lien, really more manageable, and it should be based on your property value. So this caps liens. So if you have a code enforcement lien that's been out there for years, it will cap the lien amount so it's more equitable to your actual property value. This is in a lien reduction scenario. So it also talks about allowing a property owner to discount a lien amount based on the expenses they incur of bringing the property into compliance. It then allows the magistrate to reduce the property based on a percentage, and the percentages are different, and we did this to address homestead properties to allow for a greater reduction in the lien amount versus non-homesteaded properties. This ordinance also lays out what's required to get a lien reduction, and the key #1 factor, I don't care what city you go to or whether you go to the county, to get a lien reduction, your property has to be in compliance. This codifies some other requirements. This also gives the city council the ability to issue an amnesty program, where if you wanted to, you could lower those percentages in this ordinance by resolution to try to encourage property owners to fix their properties and then ask for a lien reduction and ultimately get the liens removed. So what I mentioned is to understand this scripted lien reduction process. It's really to make lien reductions more equitable and more fair and give notice to folks of this is what you can anticipate if you have a big lien on your property or even a small lien, what you're facing. The example on the screen is for a homestead property, and if they had a lien that accrued to $250,000. Now let me say this. If you've got a lien that accrued to that much on a homestead property, this lien has been around for a while. But as you can see, going through the scripted process, the lien amount is capped based on the fair market value of the property. If the property owner incurred expenses to bring the property in compliance, those are taken off after the capped lien amount. And then ultimately, the lien is reduced by the percentage based on whether, in this case, it's a homestead property, reduced by the percentage. And then the next example, for a non-homesteaded property, there's a larger percentage of the reduction. So this is how you can take a $250,000 lien, code enforcement lien, once the property's in compliance, to bring it down to a much more easy payable lien amount to remove that lien off the property. The new process also allows a scripted and codified process for your partial releases of liens. These are in cases where, as you know, a code enforcement lien is an umbrella lien and it attaches to all property you own. Sometimes you need a partial release of lien to sell off one property or another. there will now be a codified process for the partial releases of liens. And finally, and perhaps most important to this amended code enforcement process, is to set up a property improvement account. My understanding is this account has already been set up, and what it's geared to do is to take a percentage, 5%, of the amounts that are paid to code compliance for their efforts, and to put those monies in a separate account so code compliance, working with Mr. Sermons and his staff, can come up with different plans of how to address hardship cases. Because in code compliance, we often see cases where someone's on a fixed income, they're a senior, they may have a disability or other hardship issues where they just need some financial assistance to bring their property in compliance. So this would allow for those programs to be set up and for code compliance staff and Mr. Sermon's staff to develop these programs to allow for those hardship cases to be addressed. That is an overview of the proposed amendments. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much for that presentation. That was very thorough.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for this presentation, for this item?
Madam Chair, just a comment.
Yes, go ahead.
I support this completely. My only concern, and it has been a concern for quite some time, is that code enforcement be very equitable in terms of their decision-making. You know, I hear from people on a regular basis, well, my yard looked like this, my neighbor's yard looked worse, how come I'm the one who got the fine? So I just want to be sure that going forward, we are very, very sure that our code enforcement folks are being, you know, equitable.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Godot, thank you for the presentation. I guess I wanted to go back to discuss, I guess you kind of talked about it, but the removal of the next hearing, that second hearing would have been only to challenge the actual fine, correct?
Under your existing process or the proposed amendment?
Under the existing process. I mean, I'm sorry, under what's being proposed now today.
Well, what's being proposed today, the second hearing now becomes optional if the property owner requests it.
Okay, and prior to that, if a person came into the second hearing, they could challenge the very nature of the violations.
No.
So after, for whatever reason, if a violator doesn't participate in the first hearing, there's no avenue to challenge?
If I may, Madam
Yes,
Chair.
go ahead.
So under both processes, when the first order is entered by the special magistrate, finding the violation, setting the fine amount, and giving a date for compliance, that order can absolutely be challenged by appeal to the circuit court.
But
And
only
that's
for the
set, that's
Let-
set
let-
forth
let her
in
finish.
Chapter 162 Florida statutes.
But that's only for the fine, correct?
They can challenge everything in that order that's entered by the special magistrate. What the current process requires of the city is that if we want to impose a lien, we have to take you before a second hearing before the special magistrate. Now, at that hearing, the property owner can challenge the fine amount that was originally set by the special magistrate, and then the special magistrate would rule on the fine amount and impose the lien. What this new process does is it takes that second hearing burden off of the city and puts the burden on the property owner for the property owner within 20 days to request that hearing. And that is the process I addressed that the appellate judge came up that ensures that the property owner is given their due process before a lien is imposed. And I can tell you from practice at other cities and for Palm Beach County, most property owners don't request that second hearing because the fine amount is set by the special magistrate at the original hearing, and what the special magistrate considers is what the property owner's done to bring the property into compliance, the past history that the property owner may have of code violations, and the nature of those code violations. That really is the basis for the fine amount that's set by the special magistrate. And if the property owner does nothing to fix the property, then more than likely the special magistrate is going to keep the same fine amount. But it shifts that burden to the property owner that if they want to exercise their due process, they absolutely can, and they can request that hearing, and within 20 days, they can say, I want this hearing, and then we will have to go back before the special magistrate to hear their contest to the fine amount.
Okay, well, Madam Chair, follow up.
Yes, go ahead.
So, I mean, you said a whole lot, and that's exactly what I asked you, so you gave me a whole scenario, and I appreciate you being thorough, but I guess I was trying to arrive at that there is no second bite at the apple if a violator, for whatever reason, does not attend the first hearing. And I understand that. So the only thing at the second hearing would be, if they request it within the 20 days, would be to challenge the fine. But this is the part of that section that I'm not exactly sure I agree with, but it says, and this is, I'm sure you probably are familiar with it, the special magistrate may authorize the city attorney or designee to foreclose on the lien or to sue to recover a money judgment for the amount of the lien plus accrued interest. Is that new language?
That language actually tracks Chapter 162, Part 1 of the Florida statute, and that actually same language is in your current code. It's pretty standard that once the lien is imposed, then the city attorney can be authorized to foreclose on that lien after it's been recorded for 3 months.
Yeah, but see, and this is what doesn't make sense, because this is a political subdivision, right? The special magistrate is what I believe, and I have no other reason to think that they wouldn't be impartial. But if the special magistrate, for some chronic violator, which may have not gotten that notice, then directs the city attorney to then, or the city attorney or the city attorney's designee to foreclose on the lien, then quite frankly, you have somebody that is a judicial arm that can direct the city attorney to move with a foreclosure. Is that not the way that it's written?
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. The way that it's written, and I apologizing if it's confusing how it's written, is that it's not the special magistrate that directs the city attorney to foreclose. It's that the city attorney may foreclose at that point. Back in 2005, our firm was actually hired by the city to foreclose on several properties that had large code enforcement liens on them. I'm assuming the same process would apply, which is usually what happens at most cities, is before the city attorney pursues foreclosing on a resident or a business within the city, they come before the city council to request the authorization to foreclose.
Follow up for clarity.
All right, go ahead.
So that still doesn't answer the question, Ms. Godot, and I'm saying this respectfully, and I really want to be sure on this. This reads, the special magistrate may authorize the city attorney. Does that come with the caveat that the city attorney now has to clear that with the city council, or does the city attorney, based off of that authorization, can move forward with seeking outside counsel to foreclose on liens? And this is very important because I don't want to be accused of now initiating this directive to allow for foreclosures on violators.
Can I jump in?
Yes, go ahead,
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McCoy, the policy of the office is always, when we initiate a lawsuit, to bring that to council first. You've seen that, for instance, in the opioid request that we had a while ago. We would never initiate a lawsuit without coming to council first. Then we would go to the special magistrate and seek that authorization as well to foreclose on a lien. So that's where it is. It's not that the special magistrate would direct the city attorney's office to foreclose. We would request that, but we would not request that until after coming to city council, because we don't initiate lawsuits as an office by ourselves, only at the behest of the city council.
Okay, well, I appreciate your response, but that's not what's written here. But thank you. I appreciate it, Ms. Godot.
All right, very good. Thank you. Thank you for your comments and your presentation. Any other questions before we call this question to vote? Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Councilperson McCoy?
No.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we are now on to item number 14. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Riviera Beach, Palm Beach County, Florida, accepting the recommendation of staff and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute 3-year continuing service agreements with the firms of Ultima Lighting and Electrical Contracting, Arbor Electric, Inc., doing business as Mr. Wireman, Brown Electrical Solutions, Carpenter Electric, Inc., Grid One Electrical Construction, Inc., and Universal Electric of Florida, Inc., to provide electrical services for citywide projects, providing for 2 additional 12-month renewal options based upon the mutual consent of the parties, and providing for an effective date. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have any public comments on this item. The acceptance of public comments on this item is now closed.
Can I get a motion for this item?
So moved.
Second.
Very good. Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, if I can have the Director of Procurement, Ms. Althea Pimsel, make this presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Pimsel.
You're welcome. Good evening, Chair Lanier, Mayor Felder, Pro Tem, Council and City Administration. This item before you is a series of items that we were, in our strategic plan, was creating citywide agreements in order to be able to have our departments to respond quickly and effectively to HVAC, electrical, plumbing, and those type of services. This is one of the continuing services contracts before you with a number of firms. It'll allow the city to be able to develop, enhance, and maintain the integrity of the city, as well as to provide the services that are limited, that may not be limited to general electrical services on existing city buildings, lift stations that receive permitting through appropriate local agencies in accordance with the Florida statute. So on March 2nd, we issued an RTQ, a request to qualify for citywide electrical services. We received over 100 responses on the website in terms of broadcast. We received a total of 6 vendors that submitted proposals. So we're asking, and our recommendation is that you allow us to issue contracts for continuing services to the 6 firms that are listed. Those firms consist of Ultima Lighting and Electrical Contracting, Arbor Electrical Inc., DBA Mr. Wireman, Brown Electrical Solutions, Carpenter Electric Inc., Grid One Electrical Construction Inc., Universal Electric of Florida.
Madam Chair.
Hold on a second. Is that the end of your presentation?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Any questions in regards to this item?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
Ms. Pimsel, did you say lift stations?
Yes, as well.
Okay, so lift stations would be handled on USD, and I think we've already kind of taken this item on USD, so that's why I was a little confused. But this is not a specific for projects for the utility special district. This is other citywide projects?
It's for citywide projects,
Okay.
general maintenance, and they could use it for projects.
Okay.
As well.
All right, no problem.
Within a certain dollar authority.
I'm sorry?
Within a certain dollar authority.
Okay, all right.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions regarding this item? Excellent. Madam Clerk.
Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Councilperson McCoy?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we are now on to item number 16.
Thank you.
Update on.
Thank you, Ms. Pimsel. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Update on Parks and Recreation Master Plan process. Madam Chair, members of the board, we do not have public comment on this item. The acceptance of public comment on this item is now closed. I also need to bring to your attention, the time is now 9:37.
Thank you. The item, Mr. Evans?
Madam Chair and members of the board, at this time I'll ask for the Parks and Recreation Director, Mr. Richard Blankenship, to make the presentation and introduce the consultants that will be providing you an update concerning the Parks and Recreation Master Plan.
Thank you. Mr. Blankenship?
Good evening, Council. Richard Blankenship, Parks and Recreation Director. I'd like to first thank the City Manager for saving the best for last. This is, we're giving you an update on the Parks Master Planning process that we've been involved with in the last year. We took a little bit of a hiatus with COVID, but now we're back. So I'd like to introduce Joe Webb with the firm of AECOM and Anne Marie Sorrell, and let them take over the presentation at this point. Again, this is an update of the Parks Master Plan.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Again, my name is Joe Webb. I have about an hour and a half presentation here for everyone's enjoyment. But yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here this evening. Here to talk about Parks and Recreation. We're having some.
That was quick.
That was good.
Any questions?
We like that.
I'm sorry. It's been a little. Yep. I'm trying. So
There you go.
There okay, it's late.
I know, right?
Just summarize.
It seems.
Yeah, you can talk and you can go fast, you can go slow, but you can just go.
Okay, so our very simple agenda, just to discuss our project goal, our process, our system inventory, kind of an overview, and go over what we have heard from the community and what they've told us about the park system. Oh my God. With that,
Don't worry, you can start at number 4.
something with the clicker. I just pressed it once, really quick. Okay, then go back, slide after the agenda. With our inventory.
Get your hands open.
We have a special clicker when it gets later on in the evening. It skips 4 or 5 slides. Forgive us for that.
Okay, let me start here at the project goal. Next slide, please.
It's not you. I think that the system is. All right, go ahead. Just start talking, sir. We'll fix that as we go.
Yes.
You just start talking.
thank
You
you
have
very
it in front of you. We have a copy. Yeah, just there we go.
Yeah, just get me there. The project goal, the goal of the master plan is to develop a long-range planning document and essentially for the next 10 to 15 years. The important part of that is a comprehensive look at the department, facilities, operations, and programs. So we're kind of comprehensively looking, but also looking out long-term, 10 to 15 years. That doesn't mean we don't do anything for 10 to 15 years. We also come back to a 5-year strategic plan and a 1-year action plan. In Parks and Recreation, if you don't live in the world I do with Parks and Rec, the nature of Parks and Recreation
Keep the mic. Oh, yeah.
is changing a great deal. That's better?
Yes.
So we need to look forward to what are the trends and what people's needs are and really assess what people today in the city want, need, and are priorities. So our process helps if you have it, but it's really a 4-step process. All planning is simple. Where are we? Where do we need to be, and how do we get there? We've really been doing up till now our homework. I would say we researched a lot of level of service, looked at data from the city, other guiding documents from the city, and then we've launched in pretty much into a pretty extensive, very extensive public involvement process. Could you go ahead a couple slides? Okay. Oh, that's beautiful. So again, we're right now here at a midpoint in the process, really a check-in with council, and kind of to report back in our findings to date before we advance too much further into the visioning and implementation. So we are here. Our system inventory, we went out and visited all the parks. We did an assessment of each of them. The good news is, in general, the parks are very well maintained. There are certainly opportunities, I think, access improvements or better connectivity to the neighborhoods, but the parks themselves well-maintained, the grass is mown, the litter is picked up, but what we have seen out there are, it's kind of typical of many parks departments, there are things reaching their age. It isn't that it's not being maintained. I hate using the term deferred maintenance. It's really about capital reinvestment in certain items. Is from just a professional review of buildings and parking lots and things like that. We did a level of service analysis. We like to see, is there good access to parks? Another fortunate part of the good layout or original layout of Riviera Beach is, you know, the purple areas are all those parts of the city where people can walk to a park within 10 minutes of their home, which is really optimum. We want everyone to be able to walk to a park within proximity. It's not uncommon for us to do these plans where there's half the city that isn't within that. You know, fortunately here, we're not in that situation. That can be very difficult to remedy. So
with our
that,
inventory and analysis
we've also done
phases
an
complete,
extensive
we are now
community
moving
outreach
into
effort.
needs
And
and
I'll turn it over to
priorities
Anne Marie
phase of
here
this
to talk
project.
about some of our outreach efforts.
You managed the clicker. Thank you. All right. Good evening, council members, mayor, staff. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We wanted to really make sure the community felt a part of this process. So we came up with a campaign-like or campaign-style theme, Your Parks, Your Voice. And with that, we did several different community outreach initiatives. One of them being our virtual community meeting. Uh-oh, I'm going fast on my own slide. Give me a second. One of them being our virtual community meeting. With that, we also did 6 focus groups, and we broke the focus groups down into specific segments of the community, including our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, city department heads and staff, seniors, neighborhood associations, aquatics and marine industry, youth and youth sports organizations. We had 11 stakeholder interviews with city officials, staff, and community members, and we conducted an online survey and mailed a statistical survey to residents. In addition to that, we created outreach materials in which we coordinated with the city Parks and Recreation team as well as the city's communication team to place those promotional materials to advertise the online survey as well as the virtual public engagement on both the website, TV 18, social media channels, the city's newsletter. We did a mailing in the utility bill as well as posters throughout city facilities. Next slide, next one. So we also made sure that we wanted to get boots on the ground. So we did a very grassroots effort. We put flyers and distributed flyers to over 25 Riviera Beach businesses and churches. To the next one. So what were the outcomes? For focus groups, we had over 40 participants. Next slide. Our teen workshop, which was very successful and fun, we had over 25 participants. In our senior focus group, we had over 15 participants. With our virtual kickoff, we had 28 participants, and we completed the 11 stakeholder interviews, and I'll turn it back over to Joe.
So thank you, Anne Marie. In summary, a very extensive outreach effort, and you know, in the end, what we heard was a little surprising, but maybe not if we think about it. What we heard from a lot of people through the virtual engagement was some things of park accessibility, greenways and trails, improve existing parks. These are some of the common themes we heard through that process. Our virtual engagement was actually very successful in our mind. It isn't uncommon, you know, even pre-COVID, for me to have more staff at a public meeting than people that participate. I mean, we try very hard to turn people out to meetings. Here, through a virtual engagement platform, we had over 4,000 people visit our website and, you know, view the information. You know, I would have expected maybe 400, here 4,000, 188 people engaged in it, 50 comments. Really, you know, given the COVID, very successful.
So, I'm sorry, so what website was that, the 4,000 visits? That was the site about the plan itself?
Yeah, right.
Oh, okay.
Right. So there was certainly a lot of interest, and Anne Marie alluded to it, but, you know, teens and seniors were both equally as engaged. The teens were a ton of fun, you know, just quick and, yeah. So we really got a lot of people focusing in on it and having a lot of fun with it. But, you know, the focus groups, all of these different groups participating in the process on top of the virtual public engagement. What we heard from all these people and what we try to do is listen in multiple different ways and look for those things that come to convergence. You know, improvements to existing park, a need for multi-purpose, multi-generational facilities, more walking trails, education and wellness. You know, those are different themes than might have been what was expected, but very much also in concert with, I would say, state and national trends. We're hearing things like this more in Parks and Recreation, where there's a real focus on health and wellness. There certainly are issues of other things. People still want to play. That doesn't take anything away from, you know, your very, very good sports, and those other, as a society, are changing. People are more interested in health and wellness. There's a different, it might have been also COVID has made us parks more valuable to people. The ideas of health and wellness are more important. But this is what we heard. Our stakeholders also improve existing facilities. Again, so there's themes that have started to evolve here. Additional park amenities and facilities, increasing diversity of programming. I heard that repeatedly from almost every group across the board. So same with our online survey. I mean, we had a great number of people participate in the online survey. High level of satisfaction with the existing facilities and programs. But again, this desire for a broader base and maybe more non-competitive, non-traditional, just activities, what I like to call at-will recreation, where people can walk and bike and access the parks, get together, socialize. So not the competitive sports, not to take away from those, but that what's missing, according to the residents we heard from, are those things. So statistical survey, this is always one where we rely heavily on it because we get very accurate results. It allows us to quantify. 87% of people said this, 34 said that. So top priorities, again, walking.
So let me ask you a question right quick. I got one of those surveys. So you said you sent out how many and got back how many?
600.
And how many you got back?
Pardon?
How many did you get back?
600 back. We only count really what comes back. We have to go through, I think we sent out almost 6,000.
Oh, so you got 600 back?
Right.
Oh, excellent.
I think, and it's never simple, but I think around 6,000 went out in 3 separate ways.
Yeah, that thing was long. It asked 2,000 questions in it, like, but that's good you got that many back.
Yeah, and we keep going until we get the statistically valid number, and it actually extended our schedule a little because we weren't getting the accurate numbers across. So we'll keep going until we get 100 in each area.
Excellent.
And it took a while, and yeah, they say 15 to 20 minutes, but I think
no, it took 45 minutes at least.
We often struggle because we want to ask as many questions as possible, but I'm grateful that you answered it.
Yeah.
I mean, did you find it?
I mean, it was kind of, it just was long. It wasn't difficult. It was just long to complete. But it was worth it though, because I see a lot of responses came back.
And honestly, look, it's again walking, sidewalks, nature parks, picnic areas. You know, we break it up usually by facilities and activities. You know, somewhat to ask the question, similar questions in different ways, so we get the right. But it's consistent.
Yeah.
You're hearing things that are not, you need 12 more basketball courts or this, you know, it's funny, those were on there, but, you know, way down the list. So I think this is indicative of, honestly, what I've seen over the last, kind of evolving over the last 5 years or even 10 years, where it's a little different than my generation different than my parents' generation, as a lifestyle, as people, you know, what we do for fun are often what I call at will. We walk and bike and canoe and kayak and do things less rigid on a schedule.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
members of the board, time is now 9:53.
I make a motion that we extend the meeting until it's completed.
Second.
Okay.
Councilperson McCoy? Councilperson Botel?
Yes.
Councilperson Lawson?
Yes.
Pro Tem Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Chair Lanier?
Yes. Now,
I'm very close to the end.
No, we've extended the time. Take your time, present the information to us, because you guys worked hard on this, and I want to know what the residents said about this.
Yeah. So what we try to do in the end is, you know, we used all these different methods across the top. And what we look for is what keeps boiling to the top. What do we keep? Every different way we ask every different group all these similar questions. What are the things that we keep hearing and that people keep identifying as priorities? Because we try not just to ask, you know, what do you want? Well, I want this, I want that, I want, you know, we try to ask want, then force questions that are about need, then need versus priority, so that we really hone down people to not just a litany list of 100 things that might be wanted, but really what is the consensus within the community of what is a need and what is a priority. So I think you've seen it here. When you summarize it out, it's these walking paths, nature parks, picnic areas, you know, top activities, fitness and wellness, nature enjoyment, you know, again, history and museums coming up, performing arts as, again, those things that are high priority but are not available to people. So there are things in need and are high priority. So this is kind of your quick summary of what we heard. That may not have been what I guessed, but this is what we heard. So, you know, I think we got what we really look for is convergence, where, you know, we like to see that everything kind of points in the same direction. It's not scattered. So when I hear it in a statistical survey, I heard it in focus groups, I got it back in my virtual meetings. It's pretty true to me that this is what people are saying as priority. If that makes sense.
Our next steps move.
So again, this is kind of a midpoint check-in, just to, you know, catch you all up. I know COVID has definitely put some stops and starts in our work, but, you know, bring you all up to speed on what we've been doing so far. Here we are, you know, we're meeting here in June to kind of report out on our findings from our inventory and analysis and report what we heard from the public. We'll be moving forward with kind of a visioning. Okay, how do we get there? And then ultimately come back to you with a draft plan that also lays out some steps for implementation. So certainly your patience and perseverance is appreciated. Happy to answer any questions you may have or anything else that we could.
Yes, thank you for that presentation, because when I did the survey, I can tell that you were going to drill down to find information about what people actually really wanted. And looking at this and seeing that, you know, people are actually wanting nature trails and being able to enjoy nature in the city, that's a plus. I thank you for the work. We appreciate it. Any questions from the board for the consultants?
No, just, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. No, just thank you for your work. It was interesting to see people's reactions. I had the same thoughts as Chair Lanier. You know, it took a long time, but it was worth it.
Yeah, it was.
Well, and we're moving ahead now, so I guess that's the important thing.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Any other questions? Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Blankenship, for your presentation as well. I'm sorry, Mr. Blankenship. Mr. Blankenship, thank you. Discussions by the city manager.
Yes, Madam Chair. Just very briefly in regards to the presentation, as you see that there is a lot of desire as it relates to recreational open space, passive parks, opportunities for folks to go out and recreate. That certainly is something that should be considered when you look at the densities and intensities that we will be looking at as it relates to development within the Broadway Blue Heron corridor, because in order to preserve the land and to provide the opportunities to create some of those linear parks, so you don't have a canyon feel, or you have a situation where the buildings overtower some of the natural beauty that we have in our community, is you create for those density bonuses associated with some of the amenities that were discussed today. So certainly when we do have that conversation with Treasure Coast, some of the themes that you've seen here this evening will be incorporated in some of those discussions. Also, with the survey that we've put out as it relates to the community value survey, I think we've got roughly about 1,000 responses thus far that will be shared as part of your budget discussion. So this is coming together at the right time. So if the board does want to look at placing some monies to address some of the items that's contained in this study, that will be part of your budget discussions, to have the conversation amongst yourselves as to how do we prioritize from a recreational offering perspective to address some of these things that were articulated in the study or in the survey. So I did want to bring the attention to the board on that particular matter. I did want to inform the board that I will be out of the office starting this evening after this meeting and returning back on Tuesday. I'll be at the Florida City County Management Association's annual conference, and so in my absence, Deputy City Manager McBride will be running day-to-day operations, and I will be available via email and telephone if you have any questions. And that concludes my comments for this evening, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. City Attorney?
No comments, Madam Chair.
City Council Committee reports.
Just that I attended the Economic Affairs Committee of the Palm Beach North Chamber on Thursday of last week.
Thank you. Statements by the Mayor and City Council. Mayor?
No comments, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Comments from Councilwoman Kashamba Miller Anderson?
Yes, I just wanted to send my condolences out to Ms. Gwen and Brittany's grandmother, Ms. Bertha Neal. And also, I don't think I mentioned before that I was appointed to the Florida League of Cities, Utilities, Natural Resources, and Public Works Committee. And then also, I just wanted to make a comment after we do our votes, can we get back to saying, what the number was that voted yes and voted no, or we would say it was the motion passed, Miller Anderson and Lanier dissenting or something, because it just kind of just falls off after we do the vote, and it really probably should be on record, I would think, to show what the vote was and just to give a summation. That's just my comment.
Thank you. We will do.
Thank you.
Councilman Lawson?
No comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilman Botel?
Yes, just a few quick ones. Our quarterly Singer Island Town Hall meeting was very successful, and I just again wanted to thank city staff who participated. I will once again be at the Singer Island Community Garden on Saturday, and we can use volunteers. I'll be there at 8:30. We are almost finished with the work. It's coming along beautifully, but we do have to finish filling the beds and installing some irrigation. So we'll be looking forward to volunteers coming out on Saturday. Just to remind you that on June 8th, we'll be broadcasting videos to celebrate World Oceans Day. But on June 13th, on Sunday, from 2 to 5, we'll be over at the Ocean Walk Mall to celebrate World Oceans Day in a bigger way. I wanted to let you know that I've begun to work with the Dwyer Foundation in an effort to improve the quality of education for those students who attend Dwyer High School, those Riviera Beach students who attend Dwyer. And as part of the Workforce Development Task Force, we'll be establishing a CDL program, a commercial driver's license program. We all know the tremendous need for drivers, and this is a really lucrative job for somebody, so I want to be sure that some Riviera Beach folks get those positions. We're planning a job fair for June 14th for a variety of positions at the Singer Island restaurants, hotels, and condominiums. The Tourism Master Plan will be presented at our next council meeting, and also at our next meeting, I'll be asking for us to establish an Education Advisory Board. I've been concerned, and I know that others on council, particularly Councilwoman Miller Anderson, because she's also an educator at heart, want to do as much as we can as a council to improve the quality of education here in Riviera Beach. And I also would like to express my condolences to Miss Gwen on the loss of her grandmother. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say thank you to Mr. Evans and the staff, city staff, for all the hard work that they're doing. But I also want to say a serious thank you to the residents of Riviera Beach who come out to these meetings, who come to the mic, who make sure that we know what is going on in the city and where they stand on these issues. We appreciate the residents because, as everyone knows, Riviera Beach, their residents are its greatest asset. Thank you so much, and good night. This meeting is adjourned.